Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for November 29th, 2021. There is no public testimony during the review session. The following cases. Item number 1, 2018-173BZ, 128 Beach 9th Street, Queens. This one is requesting an adjournment. Deferrals. Item number 2, 12013BZ, 1815 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Decision items. Item number 3, 28279BZ, 840 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We received several versions of the revised plans, but the most recent that was submitted on 11/16/21 has the note about the removed light poles on Z001 site plan, but the widths of the planting beds are shown on Z001 landscaping plan. Those are illegible, so we actually can't see them. There's something about the font that makes them impossible to read. So they need to, so I want to put this on either for second call, or I have more comments, so I'm not sure if they'll make it to second call, which could even be tomorrow. So the drawings are also not numbered. They're all Z001, so you need to number them Z01 to Z03 and make the dimension legible. And also change the drawing date, because we have so many copies of these drawings that are all the same. It's hard to know which is the last one. So please change the revision date on the drawings itself. I note also that there'll be a rolling gate installed rather than bollards with chains to close the lot when not being used by the restaurant. And it also indicates the number of required spaces on site. So, I mean, on the parking lot. So, which is what we asked for. We actually asked for a chain barrier, but the rolling gate is much better. Since the subject of the accessory versus required parking was a source of confusion during these hearings, it took us a long time to find out that it was actually required parking in part on this site. And since the drawings have to be submitted because of these kind of minor defects, I'd like the architect to provide the calculations on the set of drawings to indicate how they arrived at the required number of spaces, which on the drawings it says 19. But I didn't understand where 19 came from. So I started to look through the BIS system. And for 1745 Forest Avenue, block 1477, lot 52, which is the restaurant to which these parking spaces are accessory, there was an alteration type 1 application that was filed by the same architect as is here on this case. In 2018, which that was disapproved, or let's say didn't go through, which may have been for that Denny's that ended up not going through with the deal. And it was for interior renovations with no increase in floor area, which is relevant to number of parking spaces. The Schedule A states that 7 on-site spaces are to be provided and 20 required off-site spaces at the subject site, plus 20 voluntary spaces. So there's a disconnect on the proposed drawings that we have and the notes between that and what was approved in 2018, or what was submitted in 2018 to DOB by the same architect. So they need to clarify that. They came up with 20 the last time for some reason, and 19 this time. So please do the calculations for us to see how you came up with that information. And this is for the benefit of future boards to understand what the makeup is, what the proper amount of required spaces are. So any other comments on this? Anybody? No. So I'd like to, so I'm hoping that the architect was listening to these comments, and please reach out to your project manager and Julian, I don't know if you're able to speak on if you're able to receive calls. She's having problems with her computer. So otherwise, reach out to Carlo or Tony, and you can receive. Okay, so so either reach out to Jolene if there's a problem reaching her. Reach out to Carlo or Tony, and to clarify whether we should put this on for second call later today or tomorrow. Okay. Thanks. Okay, that's it.
Alrighty. Item number 4, 4297 BZ 9320 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Sorry, scrolling. Okay, we received 2 photos of the arbor vitae evergreens planted along the masonry wall at the property line, but I didn't see any photos of the other required planting at the street line. Did anyone else? Am I missing something? I only found one side demonstrated as being installed, but they did show the mounting heights and types of the lighting that were added to the lumen spread diagram. So yeah, so those are my comments. It's just more like they showed us that that's what we were waiting for, them demonstrating planting, and I didn't see the planting installed. So this is another opportunity for the applicant to just send us quickly a photograph of the other side, and we put it on for second call. And this is Tony. Tony, can you reach out to, who is this? Sure. Yeah, reach out to the applicant and just ask them to quickly send photos. And it can be the, the property manager, owner, whatever, or the business just takes a picture with their phone and sends it.
You want photos of all the?
It's all the planting. So if you look on the submission, it shows what I think is the left side of the site, but it doesn't show the right side of the site. There were photos, and I think maybe they thought they were including different sides because they gave us 2 of the same. So they may even have the photos already, but they didn't realize they submitted not exactly dupes, but the same views. Okay.
All right, you just texted. Okay. Item number 5, 18912 BZ 98 Montague Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. Where is it? Okay. So we've been waiting for proof of payment of ECB violations for a year. Biz now shows no open ECB, only DOB violations. Proof of payment was also provided, but I really do rely on Biz to confirm that they've been paid. The application for an extension of time to complete construction was closed in hearing and was closed almost a year ago. And the July 2019 extension of time to complete was only for 1 year to July 2020. I don't know if any work has gone on since, but the job has not been signed off and I don't see stop work orders. None of the application materials indicate for how long the requested extension is required. Do we just keep giving them another year? Maybe that's what we're required to do. They just didn't mention. This is an application, and this is, if Carlo, you can hear, this is an extension of time to complete construction for a variance that was approved in 2012 or thereabout, 2013. Carlo, you there? Is there any restrictions on how long of a time to complete?
It expired the 2020, right? So it's 1 year.
That was an extension.
Right.
That was already an extension. There may be.
So then they did another one.
So they did.
1 year's already gone.
Right. So there was 1 year already gone. And there's no mention anywhere in the materials. I looked everywhere for, well, how much time they need, or if we have any restriction on whether we can give more than 1 year. I just, the materials were very sparse. So
I don't
what
know
I,
about restriction.
yeah. So what I would like to do is also put this on second call, because I hate the idea of giving them a year extension if a year isn't enough, and that's so stupid to have to come back so quickly. If we have the right, a lot of the times on variances, we give 4 years. So maybe there's a rule that we can't keep giving 4 years. And I don't know why we need to give 4 years. Maybe 2's enough. Maybe 1's enough, but the applicant said nothing in the materials, which is quite strange. So the
If
applicant,
it's at all helpful, they have their temporary C of O already for the 2nd through 12th floor, hotel rooms and meeting rooms.
okay, but we don't know what's holding up the, like, is it a big deal? Maybe a year is enough because they have a TCO. I mean, we could just go ahead and do the year.
It's
and-
the, I think it's the restaurant on the ground floor and the top floor that needs to be finished. That's what's really holding up
Right.
for.
Yeah, but so that's the thing, is like in a later case, we read the details of, you know, like painful details of what it takes to get together with a construction project, and who knows, maybe they're going through some kind of painful situation too. It took a year to show payment of ECB violations, for example, if that's the way they're operating the rest of the site. You know,
I think given so much of uncertainty, even the city is operating, and whatever else is may or may not happen, and any future stop work order, I think in this case, 2 years should be reasonable. 1 year at least to do the work if everything gets done smoothly, and 2 years if there is a lot of stop and go.
okay. So that's a nice
Because-
compromise, sort of, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so should we just go ahead with 2 years and then we vote this out, and that's the way it goes? Okay. Next time the applicant should be more specific about their desires and their own materials. Okay.
Right. So do you want to vote on it?
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion to grant for a 2-year term. And I need to point out to council, who's writing the resolution, who may have already realized this, the conditions of the grant were very extensive in the original grant and in the extension grant in 2019. So all of those should be replicated on this resolution, so they don't end up getting kind of dropped out by, you know, the way our website works is the last resolution voted on is the one that appears on the website for the public facing. So you don't see wouldn't see the conditions unless they're repeated each time. So make sure they're repeated each time. I just need a confirmation on that.
Okay. And also just to clarify, is it 2 years from the expiration or from today?
I think it should be from today.
Okay.
Because otherwise it's done. Otherwise it's either done or it's a 1-year grant, which is hard to say. Nazar, you're muted.
If it's from the expiration, it's practically 1 year, not 2 years. So I would make it from today.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, thank you, everybody. So a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta. I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, application is granted. Item number 6, 220-221-14BZ, 8-10 Underhill Avenue, Brooklyn.
Right, apologies to everyone. This should have appeared on the deferral calendar as nothing was submitted. The applicant never submitted a deferral request, but our project manager did contact them and they indicated they weren't going to be ready. So this one's deferred.
Item number 7, 2017-240BZ, 310 Lenox Avenue, Manhattan.
The only thing that we were waiting for was a compliance chart. I was okay with the submission and the chart. Everybody else okay? So there are no conditions, so motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 2021-11BZY, 38-59 11th Street, Queens.
Okay, we asked that the statement of facts be cleaned up, and instead we got a giant filing that seems to be a replicate of the prior filing. The file was so large, I couldn't even download it. It took something like 30 minutes to download. So, so that I just want to say to the applicant, that isn't helpful to anyone. The revised statement of facts doesn't refer to most of that huge submission. The cover letter states that the permits were initially issued in April 2018, yet the earliest permits provided in the huge stack that was given to us is from May 25th. So I don't even know where that April 2018 permit is. And frankly, I can't go through 200 pages of permits without a guidebook. And I don't know what the applicant was thinking when he submitted all of this to us. I don't know what for. Tony, you want to say something? You're defending submitting too much?
Sorry, yes, he resubmitted the file. Unfortunately, I was concerned, and I discussed this with Carlo, to try and void out and shift stuff and move it, because I was afraid I might lose something.
Right.
Delete something. And so we left it as it was, as it came and submitted. That's why I had referred to email to you.
Right.
But it was a replication. But it seemed to appear that, they gave more information about the architect's statements that you had requested and things like that. So, and
But I mean, you're defending them, but they handed us a gigantic box of documents. And they're acting as if this is a discovery case where we're supposed to go in a room and lock the door and sit there and go through 20,000 pages of documents to find out who did it, right? So who done it, right? They're supposed to give us instructions. Attached, please find Exhibit C, right? And like that. I don't know what they were thinking by just overwhelming us with stuff. But so I look at the stuff and I say, I'm not going to look at that. The only thing I wanted to see was the architect's certification of payment, the AIA certificate of payment. That's the only thing I was looking for. And we're only being asked to determine whether there's been substantial expenditures and construction as of December 20th, 2020. Why they gave us every single after hours permit that we're supposed to figure out whether it's legitimate and they work during those hours. Like, why did they give us 200 after hours permits? Like, I have no idea. So at the last hearing, as I said, I asked for the AIA requisitions for payment to the GC. That for me, I find most useful in determining the amount of expenditures and completion on the job, because banks look at this and rely on this before they release funds. So if they don't agree that there's 75% of the materials and work in place, they will not fund that requisition. So for me, that speaks the most. So that one shows that as of October 31st, 2020, which is the last one that was given to us, $34 million out of $45 million total had been completed or stored on the job to date, representing, as they indicate, 75% of the total job cost. And for me, that says it all. The community board provided an email stating that they're waiving their recommendation. We've been waiting for a community board. So I'm okay with the application. Anybody else? No? Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to grant and ask that the applicant please, next time they submit to us, please understand that we're actually looking at these materials and we have to figure out what they are for. do not just throw stuff at us, okay? Thank you.
Here, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, for some reason that folder is named 2020 on the SharePoint. Is there a reason for that?
I didn't notice that, really?
I don't know, whatever.
Oh, God. Maybe we're
Yeah, when
trying
I
to fix it.
downloaded it, it
I'm
says
sorry, maybe we were
2020,
trying to
not
fix it. I don't
20.
know.
So you know what, because it was such a heavy file, who knows what actually got downloaded?
Maybe it's a typo when they put that.
I think
the
it's a
folder name,
typo.
maybe.
I
Yeah,
think it's a
okay.
typo. I'm sorry.
I thought I'm missing something. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application is granted. Item number 9, 2020-89 BZ, 111 Langham Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, the biggest problem we had was with the terrible statement of facts before. That was revised properly and actually is well written, very carefully written, I have to say. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on essentially condition, which I think there are notes on the drawings to the same effect, that DOB must review the sky exposure plane penetration, especially with respect to section 23-632, which is the side yard setback regulations, and the application must comply with Appendix G and flood regulations. And of course, like all of these applications, removal of more than 50% of the existing walls and joists will avoid, or joists will avoid the special permit. That's the standard. So in this case, there's not really much in the way of removal of existing buildings, so it's not an issue really. Okay, so motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Applications granted. Item number 10, 2021-12 BZ, 250 Westervelt Avenue, Staten Island.
This one is more of a processing question. There was no cover letter or submission notice with the floor plans. I don't understand how something even gets submitted without at least a submission notice. And we should never get something without a cover letter. So that's a question to the project manager, and I'm not sure where else. A very useful street tree compliance diagram was provided to show that they really can't put more than that one tree right in front of the property, and one sort of just to the immediate side of the property. So thank you for that. And they added exterior materials to the plans. So anybody have comments on this? Otherwise, anybody with comments? No. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. The BSA is not considering a floor area waiver. So this is really direction to council if they haven't already done this. So we need to be clear in the resolution that BSA is not granting such floor area waiver and takes no position on whether the third floor qualifies for the 20% reduction under a sloping roof pursuant to section 23-142B. So I guess that's, I don't know if that's a condition or just in part of the resolution, but that needs to be clear to DOB. So on that, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Oops.
Application.
Whoops, there's Darrell with his hand up too late, I guess. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that there was a cover letter. I had the applicant resubmit bubble drawings. That's why you see the November plans with the bubble later. October 8th was the original submission that they made.
Okay, so I didn't find a cover letter associated with these drawings at all, but anyway, there always needs to be a cover letter and a submission notice, okay? It's confusing to us because we don't know the backstory when we read. So always make sure there's a cover letter and a submission notice, whatever the reason, okay? Okay, sorry, Tony, I interrupted you.
That's okay.
You said it's been granted, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay, I just sent you, just FYI, I just sent you photos on 42,
Oh,
97 BZ.
okay, so let's finish this one and let's see
Yeah.
whether we can go back to that one. Okay,
All right, item number 11, 2021-8 BZ, 7926, 214th Street, Queens.
okay. We had just asked for some corrections to the calculations, then the drawings were updated to reflect that. So I'd like to make a motion to grant.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta. Could you speak again?
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted.
Okay, so let's take a look. Everyone, if you can get to your email. I see the street trees. And then there were those are street trees. They're supposed to be planting on two sides of the site.
We had street trees, but then the other one before that was the arbor vitae on the side where the fence was.
There
That
were-
was the other photo they
there are
submitted.
There are two sides. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. So let me go to my. We already got the street trees photos. Those are from a while back, 4296. Submission. Can't find a set of drawings. Oh, here we go, maybe 615. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so if you look at drawing 2 of 11, A101, the ones that I'm looking at are from June 15th, 2021. I don't see a later submission than that. There are the arbor vitae, which are in the photograph they sent us several days ago. That's that row. And then up against Astoria Boulevard, there are planting beds that exist already that were supposed to get new plantings because it was sparse. And the drawings show proposed new shrubs, arbor vitae shrubs. And they're depicted in a different way, like they're depicted as sort of clear shrubs as opposed to the existing, which is depicted as opaque shrubs. Those are the photos I'm looking for. Okay. The street trees we knew about, and I appreciate that they were installed, but those are photographs from
Last year.
Yeah, last year when the delicate leaves were showing, right? Okay, so we're not ready on this one yet, so but
Okay.
now I hope applicant understands. So I'm looking at drawing A101, submitted 6/15/21, and it's the planting beds along Astoria Boulevard. Okay.
Okay, let's move on to the continued hearing items then. 378-45 BZ. I'm is that weird? For some reason, it sounded weird, my mother. Okay, 378-45 BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens. Continued hearings. We're still in review session.
Scrolling, I haven't forgotten you. At the last hearing, I asked for details of the in-ground planting beds and dimensions of the planting bed areas, and I don't see that in the submission. To be clear, the planting beds must be constructed in-ground with concrete curbs similar to the one shown in the light pole detail that was provided, and the curbs must go all the way around, and where there is head-in parking, wheel stops in front of the curbs must be provided to protect the planting. We discussed at the last hearing also the proposed gravel in the planting beds along the residential property line instead of planting. I actually don't understand why it isn't being treated the same way as the other portion of the planting bed that has arborvitae. So gravel is just a little rough, right? That's it, nothing, it's barren. There needs to be planting there. This is a southern exposure, unless the north arrow is wrong on the drawings. And the planting bed is against the adjacent building, so it's not like the building is shading it, it faces south. The planting bed is 5 feet front to back, so there's plenty of room to plant viable plants, shrubs, arborvitae. They should do that. They should change the drawings to show that. I do see details for the masonry trash enclosure that is located against the building. They need to change the note on the drawing to stucco finish on masonry painted to match the building, because right now it's concrete block painted, which is not finished concrete block. Finished concrete block means the kind that comes with a really developed finish to it. It's been honed. It's a very attractive material, which no one seems to be offering ever. So you can't have raw concrete block that you just paint. Instead, it needs to be stuccoed and painted. The air and vacuum stations are shown as being relocated to the rear parking lot at 148th Street. I just want to make sure everyone's okay with that. It's closer to a residential area, but not next to residents. And then there's a big planting buffer between them, so maybe that'll be okay. I don't know. I also see a note for a 6-foot-high metal picket fencing on the 148th Street frontage and side lot lines, which is exactly what we asked for, so thank you. I didn't see where the light pole detail relates to the plans. It's not keyed in. It needs to be keyed in. I only see 2 light poles on the plan near 148th Street, and maybe that's just what it's referring to, but that's not how you work with drawings. You shouldn't have to like guess where this detail applies. I didn't find the promised sign on the drawings about vehicles awaiting repairs. I don't see there is a sign, even though the statement of fact says there's or let's say the cover letter says there's a sign. And really the applicant should do the installation now, but we have winter, we have supply shortages, all of that sort of stuff. So maybe what we do is have them come back again quickly with amended drawings, and then by then there'll be a thaw and they'll be able to make the installation. Other comments, Vice Chair Shanda?
Yeah, I have one additional comment, and that is the applicant should also work with the Parks Department to install street trees along the frontage of 148th Street, definitely, and if possible, also along Falk Boulevard.
Along which?
Falk
What?
Boulevard. Falk.
Falk.
F-O-C-H. Yeah.
Okay. So when you say work with Department of Parks, it's more than that. They put in an application.
Right. Right.
So what our direction should be, they need to put in applications to install street trees, and they should do this analysis like we saw on this little house for where the street trees can go, and then submit an application for that.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Okay. Submit. Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Sheta
Thank you, Chair. I have no further comments. Thank you.
and Shabeta.
I'm sorry,
You're
is that
muted.
with you? Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 13. I'm sorry, may I move on?
Yes.
Item number 13, 2409BZ 78-10, 164th Road, Queens.
The saga continues.
Okay, so we got the ZDR1 response and the fire department letter.
Right, hold, let me get there, Tony.
Oh, sorry.
Owner was directed to appear at this hearing. Although I understand from the applicant's letter that it's actually going to be a senior property management who's available to attend instead. What's bizarre about this facility, because it's been such a frustrating hearing process with this applicant moving so slowly, that we wanted to have someone actually responsible who actually cares about what happens at the site appear at these hearings. But so out of frustration, I tried to find out like who owns this place. It's actually impossible to find out who is responsible for this site. It's an LLC. You can't find out the names of any responsible parties or owners, the actual owners. So a property manager is just somebody who has a job, you know, and then they quit the job and move to another job. So they're not it's not the same thing as an owner. But anyway, that may be one of the reasons we have so much difficulty on this site, that there's really nobody in real charge. We have a Queens Department of Buildings Borough Commissioner first a denial on the storage containers, stating that they count as floor area and are not permitted obstructions in the required side yards. Then there's a subsequent, there have been lots of discussion with DOB on this. Then there's a subsequent ZRD1 from the Assistant Commissioner for Code and Zoning Interpretation, accepting that the trailers are not floor area since they are not a building as defined in section 1210 of the zoning resolution. And I think that's quite helpful for us because we see so many trailers and storage containers and things like that. And what they're hinging this on is it needs to be permanently affixed to the ground. So, so when we see all those storage containers in the parking, in the
Auto repair.
the service stations, I'm always like, isn't it floor area? What is that thing? If it's not permanently affixed to the ground, it doesn't qualify as a building, so therefore not floor area. I thought that was extremely useful for future purposes. So, and it's also not lot coverage for the same reason. Lot coverage is only a building, not a structure. Only buildings have lot coverage. However, they're not permitted obstructions in the side yard. There is a citation by the applicant to section 24-35 for the required side yard width. We have another application before us now, which we'll discuss a little later today, that has interpreted that regulation as requiring all street walls to be aggregated and 10% taken from that total. I don't know what the right approach to this is. That application is the other application. The aggregated width doesn't create a very huge, let's say, imposition on the 8-foot side yard rule. In this case, it would be a significant one because the building has a lot of perimeter, right? So, anyway, I just think that actually for our purposes, we should reach out to DOB, either the zoning, the same person who handled the zoning analysis for this case, actually, and just ask them how they interpret that aggregated street wall width rule for the side yard requirement on community facilities. There is a DOB approved set of sprinkler drawings, and we now, as a result, have fire department sign off. On the gate swing, I don't understand really what the proposal is. Will the gate be physically blocked to prevent out swinging? The cover letter says it is, but I don't see how welding a chain blocks a gate. I just didn't understand how that functions as a stop. The photo of the chain makes 0 sense. And the video, which maybe was less than a second long, if that's possible to make a video less than a second long, tells absolutely nothing, because it just shows that the door opens or doesn't open, or I don't know what it's showing. Actually, if you're going to demonstrate something, stand in front of the door, swing it all the way the way it opens, then swing it all the other way and tell us that that it doesn't open. Not a 1 second video. I'm like, what? Unless we weren't able to watch the entire video. I'm always giving people a technological break. Maybe that YouTube video was cut off by mistake. Hoping that's the answer. We've been at this case so long that I've lost track with whether we've been able to accomplish anything that will have a beneficial impact on the neighborhood. Everything we requested traveled at slower than a snail's pace. So it's really hard to know, did we improve the site conditions for the neighbors? So as a result, I would like, I don't see him on here. I'd like Ted Ricketts to inspect the site again. So Tony, if you could send Ted a text, because I don't think he's here today.
Chair, I'm listening. I heard, Chair.
Oh, you're listening. I'm sorry. I don't know why I stare at this and I don't see your name, and then I see your name. Okay.
Quite all right. Quite all right.
So sorry. So Ted, yeah, can you do a site inspection on this? We're looking for just the condition of the site, and also in particular, what's being stored in that sort of side yard area. Because of the impact on the community, like, what do you see? Can you get in easily? There's a gate that was installed and a return fence, and there's no photograph that we were given to show if the return fence blocks off access. Really, like, does it return all the way to the little house that's next to it, or does it stop short so that a kid can easily climb between the fence and the house? That's the thing I'm concerned about. We were concerned about kids getting inside also. Okay, understood? You've been there before, right?
Okay, I got it. Noted.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, Ted. This keeps happening to me. Okay. So what I could say is we could close this with conditions that they demonstrate to Ted, actually, prior to the decision date, that the gate cannot swing into the sidewalk. So that's another part of it, that when Ted goes to the site, we need to get the name of the property manager, and then they can demonstrate to you that the gate doesn't swing out into the sidewalk. Okay, that might be the most practical way of solving this issue. And then condition in the resolution that the sprinklers be installed and the trailers moved out of the required side yard, and just leave it at that. So those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda?
I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Shetta?
I have nothing further to add, but I have to be prepared for the next applications who will come with containers placed in a gas station or maybe in a rear yard. And when you say remove them, they're gonna say they are not floor area, they are not buildings. And here we go.
Well, so it's sort of a different thing, right? We were guessing that they're probably floor area, right? And then we never got an answer. So from any of the applicants. So this one tells us it's not floor area. That doesn't mean we can't tell them, remove them, because it's a temporary structure. And that's not an acceptable thing on the gas station site. It doesn't deprive us of our authority to say, take them out, right? So, and, right, ditto for sheds. Sheds are permitted obstructions already in side yards. So, or at least in residence districts. I don't know about in other districts. Probably are, but anyway, okay.
Thanks,
All
God.
right. All right, thank you. All right, we can move on.
Nothing further from me. as well.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries, Chair, nothing further.
Okay, thank you. I wrote that you said nothing in advance. Apologies.
Okay,
Okay.
next item, item number 14, 61-12BZ, 216 Lafayette Street.
All right, there is a letter from a neighbor represented by counsel who requests that should the board approve the application, it should impose conditions on rodent extermination, trash management and removal, limited hours and seating capacity, and care with respect to placement of HVAC equipment. So I'm okay with the idea of conditions about rodent extermination and trash management, not on limited hours of seating and hours, right? Because it's it's a use, and the use shouldn't be restricted by anything other than Department of Consumer Affairs, noise codes, things like that. It's hard enough to be in business in New York. So, but our timing on having the hearing, we tried to predict when the Soho NoHo rezoning would be completed, when the review would be completed, but actually it was just voted, approved by city planning at the beginning of this month, and it's currently at city council. And I saw that it was laid over, so it may be, there may be some negotiation that's continuing, and who knows where it's going to go from there. The statement of facts was amended to remove discussion of the easements as an element of hardship. And the applicant asked that we consider eliminating the term, given that this is likely to become as of right anyway, if not in the current Soho rezoning initiative, in another, which is, in my opinion, long overdue. And I'm persuaded that eventually it will be passed in some form. So I'm okay with lifting the term. I did want to note that in terms of this concern about rodents, there's a proposed refrigerator trash room in the cellar. So trash is going to be stored in the cellar. So I don't understand what this use has to do with trash and rodents in the rear yard. Maybe they're not storing it that way currently, but the proposal is to provide a refrigerated trash area. So, okay, Vice Chair Shanda?
I'm satisfied with the corrections the applicant made, and I'm okay with the restrictions the applicant that you're proposing.
The restrictions
with regards
as
to the trash rodent ventilation, and also the 45 dBA window.
Right, okay. So, okay, 45, yeah, I left that one out. 45. Okay. The 45 dBA window is from the restaurant side. So in other words, the idea is that they're reducing the noise to make sure that they're attenuating noise from the inside. Yeah, so it's noise attenuation from the inside.
Right.
Okay. And how about the elimination of the term?
I'm okay with that. I agree with you that at some point this text, there would be change to the Soho. So it's a matter of time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
They submitted the financial letter as per my request, and they all of my issues. The site value comps were adjusted downward to account for the easements. That was fine. They talked about how they use general retail in both scenarios because the variance was considered in their brain to be surrendered since they didn't purchase it. And they figured that retail and restaurant have similar lease rates. And so they would go with either or. I was okay with that. Their construction costs, they lowered their tenant letter to $10 a square foot. So if you add that into the soft cost listed, it's like $77 per square foot for the as of right and $91 a square foot for the proposed. The difference between the two being the commercial leasing commissions. And then I just have one question, which really doesn't impact the bottom line by that much, but I'm still just curious. And that has to do, and they could just answer that for me in the hearing and they don't have to write it up. I would be fine. Has to do with the as of right rents for the rear second floor space versus the proposed rents for the entire second floor commercial space. So they're saying in the as of right, they're splitting the second floor into the front office at $65 a square foot and rear office at $50 a square foot, which I'm assuming is because it's a less desirable space. But then when they go to the proposed, they have the entire second floor at $50 a square foot. So why are they putting it in at the lower $50 a square foot? Shouldn't the undesirableness of the second floor in the rear be canceled out somewhat by the superior space in the front? And that'll kind of maybe settle them somewhere in the middle of $50 and $65 a square foot and not just $50 a square foot. That's my only question. It doesn't affect the bottom line. I'm just curious.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I believe the term should be removed to avoid complications in the future if this is going to be an as of right use. The restrictions, the Vice Chair described the restrictions as they were requested by the applicant. I believe my understanding is they were requested by the neighbor, not the applicant. And I'm okay with the restrictions that were presented by the neighbor. Other than that, I don't have any comments.
Okay, I just need to clarify because we need to be more precise about that. The neighbor asked for a limitation on hours and seating capacity. I'm opposed to a limitation on hours and seating capacity.
Yes.
Restaurants are allowed to be open till whatever it is the Department of Consumer Affairs says they're allowed to be open. That's what should be the limitation and not our imposition. The ones that I see Carlos hand up just a second. The ones that I was talking about, the ones that I was considering as fair are their requirement to handle rodent extermination, trash management and removal, proper placement of HVAC equipment, and then and noise attenuation from the inside. Those are the only ones. So, and I
this
also,
this is what I meant. I believe whatever is going to be in conflict with any potential change of the text of the zoning resolution should be, any restriction that's going to be in conflict shouldn't be imposed by us. That's what I meant.
okay, thank you. And Commissioner Otley Brown, I didn't ask you about the term removal.
I'm absolutely fine with removing the term.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Chair, I'm fine with removing the term, and I was satisfied with this application.
Great. Carlo, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to just alert that depending on the iteration of the zoning text change that is codified, it could lead to a surrender of this variance, no?
Of course.
Right.
Right. No, but that's the point is we're aware of that. We said we're just going to keep going because what else can we do? We know that there are some lawsuits pending and maybe more expected on the Soho rezoning. So this could be going on for a while, and meanwhile the restaurant can't operate. So that's why we're proceeding. Okay, and we have LPC sign off on this. Okay.
Okay, new cases on the SOC calendar. Item number 15, 88754BZ, 21801 Northern Boulevard, Queens. We are still in review session.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends approval with prior conditions. We do have Fire Department letter of no objection. I have to say, and I think we're seeing this on a few of the applications today, I really applaud whichever board it was for whatever everyone has to mute, please. There's weird background sounds. I'm going to mute everyone. Okay, so I applaud whichever board for whatever it is they did to accomplish such a great planted buffer area on the site. All of these years later, you see the trees flourishing. I hope it's having the desired effect on the neighbors and neighborhood. You know, I don't know if it was an easy thing to accomplish back then, but it's certainly very difficult to accomplish now. The amount of pushback that we get for even 5 feet is astonishing. And in this case, it's a 15-foot wide planting bed. We've seen other ones where they're 20 feet wide. That's how you separate the community from commercial uses. There's a 6 foot high, in this case, there's a 6 foot high brick wall and a 15-foot wide planting bed with 2 rows of pine trees adjacent to the residential properties and an 8.5 wide bed behind the building on 218th Street. I firmly believe this should be the standard for all applications of this type when there's room. Surely when there's little sites, it's a whole different subject, but this is really the right way to do it. With the exception of the pretty terrible looking trash enclosure at the corner of 218th Street, the site looks pretty great, I think. When I read the BSA resolutions, I see that such good maintenance was not always the case here. So the prior conditions should continue forward. The conditions were to maintain the site free of debris and graffiti and to replace fencing and landscaping as needed and maintain the brick wall and the other walls of the accessory building, and that signage should comply with the zoning regulations. The chain link with slatted trash enclosure should be replaced with a finished masonry walled enclosure, ideally brick, as we see elsewhere on the site, but otherwise finished stucco, finished, and I mean finished as in stucco painted to match the convenience store and with solid steel gates. However, its current location right on the property corner probably doesn't comply with distance requirements. It's right there on the corner. So it's always that trade-off between adjacency to residents versus adjacency to pedestrians. The 2001 resolution, BSA resolution, required this location for the trash enclosure and made it actually a condition of grant. So there, it's in the place that they were directed to put it. It's just a mess. The chain link with there was also a condition that there be no vacuums stored on site. I'm not really sure what they meant by stored on site, but the 2010 approved plan only shows air stations, but the photos show a vacuum station. The photos that we'd received show a vacuum station. So this is out of compliance with the grant, and the vacuum is near the residential properties. Signage is far in excess of what is permitted, in spite of the strange statement to the contrary in the statement of facts, which is limited, the signage is limited to C2-2 to 150 square feet in total per frontage, including 50 square feet of illuminated signage per frontage. BSA does not grant variances for signage. So other than pre-61 signage or treating the convenience store as a separate establishment from the gas station to which it is accessory, which is not supposed to be treated as a separate establishment, I don't see how DOB knowingly allowed the significant overage which bears no resemblance to the previously approved BSA plans. And I'm always surprised when the applicant says DOB permitted it, therefore it's allowed, even though it's not in compliance with the BSA's prior approval. They need to provide also perimeter photos all the way around the lot, facing the building and facing the lot lines, and provide a photo of the HVAC enclosure described in the statement of facts. The lumen spread diagram indicates no spread onto residential properties. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda?
First of all, I would say, based on my site visit, the site was really in good condition and the planting is very well thriving. I would suggest that the applicant just look at the masonry wall along the rear residential rear lot line and confirm that it is structurally sound. I agree with you with regards to the signage. Based on the documents provided, it is not at all clear that DOB had signed off on any of the increase in the total illuminated signage on 219th Street and Northern Boulevard. I would need more documentation for them to clarify how the existing signage is in compliance with any DOB approval. I agree with you. I think given the overall condition of the site, which is in really good condition, as I said, the trash enclosure appears to be rather shabby and it could be improved upon. But other than that, and I did see the vacuum station. While that is not in compliance with the prior grant, the location of it did not bother me as much because of the planting that is the very dense and robust planting that is located along the residential rear lot line. And there is a pretty high masonry wall. So I didn't think that it would make much of an issue. And there's a garage right behind it. So I was okay with it.
Thank you. Oh, so the garage backs up right to that portion of the wall.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown?
I agree that the signage needs to be trimmed in terms of the illuminated signage and had no other comments.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Commissioner Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the comments regarding the vacuum. It need to be moved. This is kind of a concept. I understand that the adjacent residence is kind of shielded by the dense planting along the property line. But I would rather like move it away if possible. I haven't seen a compliance chart, just a compliance certification. Regarding the lighting, if you look at the lighting, first of all, I'm okay with it. I don't think, based on the information provided, I don't think they are shedding significant lumens on the residence. But when you look at it, you're gonna see that they gave us lights on and lights off, and that's it. When lights off are almost zeros, it's an easy job for us to just look at the lights on and consider this like the modified. But if you have lights coming from outside source other than the station or the site under consideration, then you're gonna have values for lights off. And then when lights are on, you're gonna have other values, and then we have to subtract. And it's kind of like a tough job for us, because I work on my laptop. I cannot view two drawings at a time. So I have to go back and forth, pick some spots and subtract the values myself, which costs time. So if you're submitting lights, please give us lights off, lights on, and then modified. This is my only comment regarding the lighting, but I'm okay with it, like I said. The other thing is the
Sorry, before you go on with that, I just want to understand what you mean by modified. You mean do the math?
Yeah.
Oh, so
This
you
is
mean.
this
do
is
the
actually,
math.
this is the way they used to call it. They call it modify. I would call it the net. The net means whatever is coming just from the station. But like applicants used to call it modified, which is lumens when lights on minus lumens when lights off. And what we got on this application, we didn't get the like the difference. We just got the on and off, and it was left to us to do the math. Good luck for us. The lights off values were almost zeros. That's why I just looked at that second one. But if the first case is non-zero, then you have to go to a spot by spot and take on minus off, and then construct your net or modified, whatever you want to call it. And what I'm saying is, please, we don't have time to do that. You have to give it to us.
Okay.
That the other thing is there is an electric generator that was installed. It wasn't in the previously approved plans. I just need the confirmation from them that this generator is not imposing any noise on the neighbors. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
I had similar comments with regard to the vacuum, although I did not know that it is abutting against the garage of the residents near it. In that case, I really am not as concerned about it as I was initially. There is the generator that Commissioner Sheta spoke of, and I'm pretty sure if he's referring to the gray coal power generator that's on the side of the residence as well. I didn't see that in the plans, but it was in the photos that they submitted. And I wanted to know whether or not that is, as Commissioner Sheta, to his point, whether or not that is producing noise to the neighbors, and if it's often running, or what the purpose of that generator is. Because the only reference I've seen to it was the photo that was in a photo.
Right, hold on. No, it's on the drawing.
It is there. Yeah, it is there on the plan. Right next to
On the
the
proposed plans, yes.
handicap, on the next to the handicap access.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Well, I'd like to know some information. I'd like to know how often is it running? Does it produce, what kind of noises produce? It didn't have any, I didn't read a model number. I couldn't look it up. I just had coal power on it.
No, it doesn't have a model number. They never give us that.
No, I'm saying in the photo, all I could see was the name of the product, but not
Right.
any.
If
And
you
also-
go to the
Go ahead.
if you go to the Google Street View, you can actually walk inside the station. It gives you the option. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, it's an interesting, Google lets you drive right onto the site. That's something new. I was like, yay, I can actually drive on when I never drive on.
It depends if the vehicle like can go inside the place. It gives you the street view. It's not for every place, but here
Right.
you can look at the generator. It's kind of a big one. That's why I'm like, let's see if there is any noise from this guy. But it's on the proposed plans, on the existing proposed. But when I looked at the previously approved, it's not there. So meaning that it's recently means between the last approval and today, or the day they submit it. So if it wasn't previously approved, they just need to give us a confirmation that it's not imposing any like unwanted conditions to the neighbors.
Right. I'm wondering if on this one, because we have the vacuum, which you can also see, Commissioner Shabeta, you can also see on the drawings, its location relative to the garage. Maybe you could swing that way also. I don't know, maybe there's a truck in the way. No, it's right there, but you can't really see the garage, right? So you can see the location in the plan relative
That's
to
right
the
here.
garage. Right, but there's this line of sight between the vacuum and the back of the house itself. So lines of sight means noise travels in that direction. And I don't know whether the height of the wall, which is pretty high.
Actually,
no.
not the height. This is the height of the wall.
Right, there you go. So it's not,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of, right, so it's not that high. So what I would say, is perhaps we should have notice to those adjoining neighbors to see whether they have any issues with the either, well, not specifically the vacuum and the generator, but just to ask them if they have any comments on the application. They might have gotten used to it, not even noticed, or maybe it meets the ambient noise levels and so no one notices. But that one, the generator is very close. You can see to the rear sliding door of that neighbor.
Yeah.
So that's total direct line of sight. So other than a low hum, yeah. Okay.
The generator is
so
actually higher. It's taller than the fence.
yeah.
You can see this is top of the fence, and the generator is like probably 2 or 3 feet higher.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'd like to have notice to neighbors, so. Just those adjoining ones. Okay, all right, let's go on to the next.
Item number 16, 80855 BZ 3504 Bell Boulevard, Queens.
All right, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends conditional approval, but requests repair of the sidewalks, which you see really are in need of repair. We have Fire Department letter of no objection. The statement of facts describes this as an interior lot. This is again one of those things about something going on where the applications are pretty messy now from this applicant. This is a corner lot with 100 feet on Bell Boulevard and 100 feet on 35th Avenue. Photos show a cracked stucco wall in need of repair. And so it needs to be repaired. And there's also a vacuum station located against the residential property, which needs to be moved. Landscaping is neglected. There are these miscellaneous drums on the site. We're seeing that on a few of these sites. I just need to understand what they are. Of course, about the sidewalk I mentioned. Previously approved site plan was very short on detail, so it's difficult to tell what was required. But the vacuum is shown there, which is unfortunate. I think, yeah, very unfortunate. Landscaping must be improved on the site and shown clearly on the drawings. It appears to me, based on the circulation diagram, that landscaping could be added along the perimeters where it is currently barren. Without photos, it's hard to determine. So we need better photos of the site. So provide photos. And I need all the project managers to listen to this comment very specifically. I ask for it at every single hearing about these kinds of cases. Always ask to provide photos of the perimeter taken all the way around the site, looking at the perimeter, the property line, and then turn around and look inside the site at the building and the rear of the building. I ask for it at every hearing. So you should be asking for it in your notice of comments for every one of these applications. And the applicants should know not to only provide photos from across the street where you can barely see anything about a site. And in some cases, they're such bad quality that you can't see anything because the sun is in the wrong direction. So anyway, there's also, there are no, my question is, are there the no parking signs that were discussed in the resolution and shown on the approved plans that were supposed to have been put on the side lot line? I don't see anything on the photos that reveals no parking signs. I didn't find a lumen spread diagram or signage calculation. So this is really an incomplete application that the project manager should have picked up. I don't also really understand why applicant decides, oh, my apologies to the project manager. I don't understand why the applicant decides not to respond to the NOCs, notice of comments, and because, and for the project manager's request for additional information. So apologies again. Our project manager did ask for these things. Not doing so, saying there's no need, or I'll wait until the board asks for it, delays the application, adds hearings to the review unnecessarily, and costs your client money. Don't do it, right? And I hope clients are listening, because all the refusals to respond to our notice of comments costs the client money. Okay, so those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
With regards to the signage, in addition to your comments, with regards to the signage, both frontages have more than the required 50 square foot of illuminated signage. That needs to be brought to compliance. The applicant did not provide any lumen study. And also the the sidewalk needs repairing.
Commissioner Brown?
I agree that they should refresh their landscaping, because it is kind of, the ground cover is looking kind of sparse. And I also feel that they should move that vacuum station, if possible, to the Bell Boulevard frontage in the corner, because at least that's against the apartment building and not against the private homes. If it's possible to put it there and still have clearance for the exit lane. And the illuminated signage is above the limit.
Okay. Sorry, just 1 second. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add to what is being said is the compliance chart again. I didn't see a chart, I saw a certification. And the trash, I understand this is the way it was approved before, but the trash is immediately adjacent to residential. If it's possible to move it further, or maybe, I don't know, it could be covered. The way it looks need to be mitigated, because it's like right next to the residential property line.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shibeta. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I have nothing further to add. I agree with this.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry. Item number 17, 82755 BZ, 24520 139th Avenue, Queens.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community Board recommends conditional approval with one opposed, stating the service station is presently parking cars held for service on adjacent streets in front of private homes. Many of these vehicles have flattened tires, and this makes the area look bad. This recommendation comes with condition all cars to be serviced must be held on the service station property and not in front of neighboring private homes. That's a pretty serious comment in my mind. The applicant needs to attend, and I just lost I'm sorry, my computer just decided not to, okay. The applicant needs to attend the hearings with the property owner. So the property owner and the operator of the service station, in case they're different people, and to come up with an operational plan to eliminate this illegal use of the public streets. Public streets are not for commercial operations. The owner submitted a letter to describe how cars will be managed to avoid parking on the sidewalk, perhaps misunderstanding the community board's objections. This is hard to understand, really, if there are only 2 customer parking spaces on site. The previously approved plans show 5 parking spaces, and photos provided show parking on the sidewalk. So we have a big problem, and owner, operator, and applicant need to work together and with us to come up with a believable operational plan. These were the exact same concerns expressed in the previous resolution, which I'll read 2 paragraphs from. Whereas at hearing, the board raised concerns about the following site conditions: 1, parked cars on the sidewalk; 2, signage in excess of the board approval; and 3, the presence of graffiti. And whereas in response, the applicant submitted 1, evidence that the owner installed wheel stops to prevent parking on the sidewalk, and 2, photographs of the site which reflect the removal of excess signage and graffiti. Obviously, there are no more wheel stops, and wheel stops are not enough. So we have seen bollards and chains functioning. Planters, actually, one really great solution with planters, actual planters with substance, but whatever, a better solution is needed. There's bollards along the access walk and ramp to the accessory building. There are proposed. For what reason? Maybe because cars are in fact parking right up against the ramp, and the fronts are extending over the ramp, and that's the reason for the bollards. In which case, then the site isn't showing how cars are actually parking. The drawings aren't showing that. We do have fire department letter of no objection. And then I didn't see a compliance chart. Where's the demonstration of compliance with the conditions of the grant, which were all exterior lighting shall be directed downward and away from adjacent residential uses, site maintained free of debris and graffiti, signage comply with board approved signage plan. There's no demonstration of that, and it's another one of those, let's say, routinely check compliance certifications without actually looking at what the conditions of compliance were. Okay. Vice Chair Shanda?
The hours of operations, in addition to the comments that you have stated, the hours of operations, it's not consistent with what the operator's letter states and what is written in the statement of facts. The applicant, I don't believe, provided a lumen study. The trash pickup location, was not indicated in the plan. And the trash storage area was not indicated in the plan. As you mentioned, this is one of the problems with a lot of the small sites which are being used for gasoline service and for auto repair, and there is not a distinction between the site and the sidewalk, and this results in spillage of vehicles. And I agree with you. We need to have a better operational plan and much clear demarcation of the site from the sidewalk, so that it is very clear to everybody, to the operator as well as those who are driving in, to know what is part of the site and what is not part of the city sidewalk. That is also another part of the operational plan, I would say.
Thank you. Commissioner Shirley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say the compliance chart again and again and again for the same applicant. I don't know why it's not being submitted. Regarding the lighting, actually the applicant did provide lighting as part of the drawing set, but it's based on modeling, not measurements. I'm not sure if we need measurements on this site, but I'll explain myself in a second. But I believe this site is kind of messy. We have cars not only parked on the sidewalk, but they have cars without plates. give me 1 second. Yeah, if you look at this side view, this is from October 2020, but I can like go to a more recent side view, street view on another website. But if you look here, you have 2 cars parking without plates, meaning that there is probably potentially there is a car sale going on the site. This is the luminous spread that was submitted. It is part of, like I said, the drawing set, page 3 of 6 in the drawings.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
if I switch to
Okay.
Google again, I'm not sure if this part here is residential. If it is, I don't think this is residential, this part. From this point and going that way, this is against the building, so there is no lighting here. If I go to the other side, right here, and take a look at this, this is kind of, it doesn't look like it's a residential building, but the one right next to it, this one, yes, it is. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't bother about the lumen. I would buy what they submitted based on modeling. But like I said, the conditions on this site are terrible. They need to be fixed. And we need to get whoever owns this site to see how they're gonna fix it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sheta, that photo, there's a roll down gate, that's residential? Roll down window gate? Am I looking at that wrong? When
No,
you did
he's
the
talking
opposite side? On
he's
the opposite
talking-
side, when you went to that window, the residential
No.
you said? Go
But
back.
Tony, talking about the 2-story brick building here.
No, I'm talking
This-
about this one.
That's
I
residential?
said this one, probably
Why
it's
not?
not residential.
Oh.
I even can see like kind of like cars or so stored here. There's some sort of a storage here. Probably it's wood, I don't know. But this is not residential. But
I'm talking
this
about this
one
brown
is.
building.
One is, it has curtains in the window, Tony.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at the bottom, I'm sorry, the bottom threw me.
Yeah, but
The
That
roll
could be a
down
security
thing.
thing. That's a security thing, right? But there are curtains in the windows and child-proof gates, you know, the child fall, whatever, anti-fall gates.
Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
Yeah, I believe the property right next to it is not residential. The one after that probably is, slightly is, I would say.
Yeah, okay.
But lumens, I wouldn't like be suspicious that lumens will travel that far and hit the windows. So, and I don't see like very tall light poles there.
Well, there is.
No, I mean like I'm talking about a light pole that's like sending light towards the residential. Yes, I understand this guy is, but like for me to think that light will travel back, it's kind of tough to hit that window or that window. I don't know if you want to ask for measurements, I'm okay with that.
Mhm. Okay, but we have enough things to worry about on this site.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
Their own photographs, you don't even need to go on to Street View. Their own photographs show cars parked on the sidewalk. So.
Yeah, I went to the street view to show the cars without plates, and that's when you see that this is definitely, it's an indication of car sales.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Comments as the commissioners. have nothing.
I can't
We
hear you.
cannot,
I have to figure out what's wrong with my receiver here. But my comments are similar to the board members. I have nothing further to add to this. There needs to be a much more global view of being a good neighbor on this site. I think that we should probably start revamping the whole method from the cars to just even the site itself. It seems like it's just hasn't been kept well.
Sorry, what do you mean by revamping the whole method? I don't understand. What do you-
Okay, so I think that parking, you're not, I think that they're not having any consideration whatsoever for how they're viewed in the neighborhood and how their actions, such as parking and leaving the disarray that you could see through the years of Google images on that site. I think that there's no consideration. I think they have to rework a certain consideration for the neighborhood and the operation of this site.
Yeah, indeed. I think a lot of businesses assume they can use city streets to operate their businesses. And we found Department of Transportation regulations that specifically prohibit that. So I guess enforcement is the bigger issue. We also saw the inability of the police department to actually enforce against that kind of use. So, short of having no plates when they're on the street. So, in fact, it was even worse. If they have no plates, then there was no place for the police to issue a violation to. So it's even more extreme. So I'm not sure how we do this, but we need to discuss how to handle this. Okay. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up.
Yeah, I had a question, and that is, even though, based on the Zola search, it doesn't seem like the site, the subject site and its abutting site are under common ownership, but it seems like the site next to it, which is storing tires, I don't know if there's any way they're renting the space to serve their business model or not. I think that is something we need to understand and understand it in terms of determining the operation also.
You're talking about the trailers that are next door.
Yeah,
that
it's stacked with tires.
Oh. So normally, I didn't check. Normally it's
But-
possible this. Records, are the property owners the same who are renting to these two different businesses? No?
No, I just did the Zola thing and it seems it's under two different ownership, but the applicant should clarify that and should indicate whether they are using the abutting site for storing, renting it and storing it and if they have any business connection with that, that's all.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else on this one? All right, let's go to the next.
Okay, next item, item 18, 54869 BZ, 107-10 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. We are still in review session.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board recommends approval. We have the fire department letter of no objection. Please, everyone.
Sorry.
We have a fire department letter of no objection. We last saw this in 2016 when the applicant appeared to amend the application to allow for the expansion of the convenience store and other improvements. The proposed drawings show that most of the improvements approved or required for the 2016 grant will not be done. However, some of the improvements were done. So I am a bit confused by the applicant's statement that the certificate of occupancy related to the 2013 extension of term is still valid since we did accept some amendments. No certificate of occupancy was submitted with the application materials, but the 2014 CO found on BIS makes clear that the term expired in May 2021. But in any event, this is an application to extend the term and a new C of O will have to be obtained and in either case, but for sure, there were some amendments that were implemented from the 2016 approval. At the 2012 hearings on the extension of term, the board that directed the applicant to improve landscaping on the site, replace the slatted fencing, clean the dumpster area, and remove the ice box. Do these conditions still hold? I see an ice box in the photos, and the slatting is in need of repair. It's again, absence, I believe, of a compliance checklist. I don't understand why we're constantly not getting this. And again, note to all of the project managers, an application is incomplete without a compliance checklist. The site backs up to the close rear yards of many houses. There is a significant planting bed with retaining walls to allow for adequate soil depth along the property line, but it is underplanted. There is another deep bed along 107th Street. The previously approved plans showed extensive landscaping there. Landscaping must be improved to create a high dense buffer, and drawings need dimensions and details of the planting beds. The storage shed, which was supposed to have been removed in the 2016 proposal, and an actual addition to the building constructed, remains in place. If it does remain, if the board is okay with the storage shed remaining, it's very visible from the street. So that must have landscaping installed around it so you don't see the storage shed. For some reason, it's the only place without planting on that side. Or not the only place, but it's a major gap. There is a May 26, 21 letter from the consultants who conduct the lumen spread analysis, indicating that the existing lighting could not be adjusted to avoid spread, and the lighting was replaced, and a new test needs to be conducted. I don't see that a new test has been conducted since May, and I believe we consented way back in May to their suggested testing methods, so I don't understand what they're waiting for. The suggested testing method was really just to only test, I think it was 2 or 3 rows from the property, the residential property line, instead of the whole site. They need to provide signage calculation drawings, and there's additional equipment and fence enclosures visible in the photos that are not shown on the plans. They need to show them on the plans and label them. So there's some kind of, I don't know if that's a generator. I understand that all these gas stations are putting in generators. That's probably what it is. It's not labeled. We should learn about what the noise issues are with these generators. And there's also some kind of fence enclosure right up against the residential property line that's not shown on the plan. So I don't know what I'm looking at. So in the photos, and those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. In addition to some of these comments that you have raised, Madam Chair, there is a FedEx drop box located on the east side of the building. Either that should be removed or it should be shown on the plan, provided it is not in conflict with any ADA accessibility. As you mentioned, the applicant should provide landscaping plan. With regards to the signage, the applicant states that it is in compliance with C2 district. Now, ZR 73-211 is applicable to C2 district, not to C1 district. And so basically what I'm getting at, the ZR 73-211, which is applicable to C2 district, allows for greater signage, but it does not apply to C1 district, and this zoning district is C1, so they cannot use the applicable signage regulation that is stated in 73-211, and per zoning regulation, the C1 has that standard 150 square foot of surface area for a corner lot and 50 square foot of illuminated signage. And when I looked at the 2016 BSA approval, the condition said that it must comply with C1 district drawing regulations, C1 district regulations, I'm sorry. So I do not know why the applicant referred to ZR 73-211 and the analysis. Also, the applicant should provide signage chart for each of the frontages, Astoria and 108th Street. And the sign chart refers to Elliott Street. There is no Elliott Street. That should be corrected. And the applicant should also indicate the height of the retaining wall around the trash dumpster.
I just want to make a comment. Without checking, I don't know whether this was in a C1 district, in a residence district solely.
Just going to say the same thing.
It's in a C2.
So the board wouldn't have imposed C1 regulations. Those are as of right. So either that was a typo, like left over from, cutting and pasting of old resolutions onto new, or this wasn't an R district previously or a C1 district previously. So we would never impose regulations on the signs that are more extreme than what's permitted as of right, except some really weird adjacency, which I actually can't think of what it would be.
Yeah, I don't know, because this 2016 BSA approval condition said that signage must comply with C1 district regulation.
But so it might have been left out, but you need to look back at what this was, because again, the way the resolutions are written is you sort of take what you have and you add to it. And if nobody picked up on the change, then it would have been carried forward. It's just, you would need to look back several resolutions ago to see what zoning district it was in and why it's just continuing on and on and on. It would just simply wouldn't be fair. It's kind of like you have in a residence district with a commercial use and you get a variance. And then in the future, it becomes a commercial district. And now you're saying you still need to regulate the commercial, the operation of the commercial use, except to say that, like, if there was a variance, that meant that the commercial use still needed to be regulated. But if there was no need for the commercial use variance anymore, you wouldn't be regulating the actual operation of the commercial.
Okay, I'm checking, looking into that right now.
Okay, so yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go on while you check. Okay, Commissioner Ali.
I just have a question. Since the enlargement was never completed, yet they still want to keep that option, what is their timeline to complete this enlargement?
Okay, that's interesting too. Because they're talking about it as if they're never going to do it, therefore we should be ignoring the 2016 approval. But in fact, they're trying to hold on to so it's an extension of time, it's extension of term, and effectively an extension of time to complete in it, but even though the 4 years have elapsed. So there you go. Thank you. Always counting on Commissioner Otley Brown to find the really funny little crack. Okay, so so we have to have them file to amend the application for an extension of time to complete, right, Carlo? Carlo?
Yes.
I'm here. I'm looking at it.
So, yeah, so weigh in on it when while we're still talking or when we are there with the applicant, okay? So. Because this was approved in 2016. Okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Again, the compliance chart, I haven't seen it. The luminous spread is provided based on modeling. They need to provide measurements, not modeling. The hour of operation for the convenience store, I haven't seen that. They said the gas sale is 24/7, but I didn't see the hours for the convenience store. The trash enclosure, if you look at the previously approved plans, you're gonna see that the trash enclosure shouldn't be next to residential where it is right now. this is what was approved before. This is the trash enclosure right here. If you look at the existing proposed, it's here.
Yes.
So, and this is where the building that was previously proposed should have been, but it sounds like they are done because their existing proposed do not show a building here, but instead moves that trash enclosure to here. For me, this is unacceptable. If you could have built it at this location from the beginning, I don't know why they elected to put it next to residential. And I believe the shed also should be moved away. It shouldn't stay at that location. And we shouldn't, like, they should educate us on what kind of use they need this shed for. That's all. Thank you.
So thank you. What I think though is they didn't make any changes. So the original submission, the original 2016 application had the trash enclosure already in that current condition, in the condition shown on the drawings, and they were going to take it away and build an addition and then move the trash enclosure to where you showed it on that drawing. But since they didn't do any of the improvements with respect to that part, they left everything where they were. So so they didn't spend any money. That's my recollection.
Yeah, but even in the previously approved drawings, they pointed to that shed and they said existing shed to be removed. So it sounds like they changed their mind and they are not doing anything on the site.
Now, they did some things on the site. They didn't move the shed. It is an existing shed. And if I remember correctly from my readings, they didn't build a new trash enclosure. That's where the trash enclosure was before, and they were going to take it out to build that addition. So the discussion about the trash enclosure having to be moved away from residential happened at the time we talked about where the addition to the building is. And we said, no, you need to move the trash enclosure away from the residential. It can't be, for example, where the shed is now.
I see.
Carlo has his hand up and then we'll go to Commissioner Shibeta. Do you have any other comments, Commissioner Shibeta?
Well, thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Carlo, go ahead.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, this is, again, I just wanted to clarify, this is Francis Lewis Boulevard?
Tony?
No, it's Astoria
This is
Boulevard.
Astoria. This is Astoria.
Sorry, I'll be back.
Okay.
Number
You know which
18,
number?
Carlo, 54869 BZ.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the statements that you made, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. All right, so since we're leaving this, unless there's any other comments on this one, since we're leaving this application, Carlo, do your research and then we'll talk about it during, oh, there you are back. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, with regards to the question of like termination or, you know, again, there's no statutory requirement under this pre-61 application. It's at the discretion of the board.
Wait, I think you're responding to a different question. In 2016, there was an amendment, and the amendment was to allow a bunch of things on the site. Some of the things were amended, were actually done, not a lot, but some. And the way Commissioner Ali Brown understands it is they want to preserve their right to enlarge the building in the future. If they want to preserve their right to enlarge the building in the future, which was what was approved in 2016, it's 4 years later. So don't they also have, it's actually more than 4 years, don't they also have to file for an extension of time to complete with this extension of term?
Only if the board had conditioned that the construction occur by a certain time or that they obtain a CFO by a certain time. Otherwise, no. There's no statutory requirement.
Oh, so it only applies to a new variance?
The statutory requirements apply to new variances and new special permits. But in this case, this is just, a pre-61 variance. So, the board could condition, for example, that if their intention is to construct the 2016 or 2017 building, that term could be imposed, time could be imposed. That would then make it a requirement that construction or C of O or something be obtained by a certain time.
All right, so I don't know what the conditions.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing to consider here is that if as proposed on the plans is not what's going to be constructed, that will impede their ability to obtain a certificate of occupancy.
So there was a requirement that they obtain a certificate of occupancy within 18 months.
Right, so that's an extension of time.
This background noise again. I don't know who's doing that.
Yeah, please, everyone mute who's not muted. Everyone was muted, so I don't know. So the 2016 amendment
Yes,
required a C of O in 18 months, obviously to reflect the amendment, right?
correct.
But meantime, the term expired. So they had to come back, which is what they're here for now, to extend the term.
Right, but the
So-
time is required because it was a condition by the board.
Yes.
So an extension of time to obtain the C of O, if it wasn't obtained, is required because it was a condition of the board, not a statutory requirement, but a discretionary and a condition.
All right, you know what? This is very complicated because they're already here for an extension of term, which means they have to get a new CO, but the new CO won't reflect the addition unless they build the addition. So I would say, because we shouldn't be having too much of this wonky policy stuff conversation online, maybe offline we discuss exactly what they need to do and then communicate it to the applicant, okay? If they need to do anything, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Just 1 second, Tony. Just a- Maybe we set up a call to discuss, an in-house call to discuss what should be done here and get back to the applicant, okay?
That'll be fine.
Thanks. All right, Tony.
Item number 19. Oh, wait, Matt.
I have
Vice Chair has a question.
I
before we
just,
go on.
yeah,
ahead.
I just want to get back to it. So what's interesting is I was going through the resolution. So somewhere between the 2016 and the previous resolution, the zoning district did change from just R3 -2 to R3-2 with a C2 overlay. Now, the applicant in its signage analysis had used the zoning resolution section 73-211 to indicate that it is providing 150 square foot of illuminated signage. And I think that's what tripped me. And that is 50 square foot.
Non-illuminated signage.
No, so the zoning chart, the applicant has provided, no, well, it's not providing it, but it's permitted up to 150 square foot of illuminated signage, and the applicant is proposing 79 square foot.
What? I'm so confused. Where does
Okay,
70?
so 73-211, which is part of the finding, locations in C2, C4, C5 district automotive service station, where Board of Standards Appeal permits automotive service station, the board shall prescribe the following conditions. And the condition number 5 says that signs other than advertising signs shall be subject to the applicable district sign regulations, provided that in C2 district, the provision of section 32642 non-illuminated signs and 32643 illuminated non-flashing signs shall be modified to permit non-illuminated or illuminated non-flashing signs with a total surface area not exceeding 150 square feet on any zoning lot. So it is not saying that you are, like in C1 district, a standard C1 district regulation, you would be allowed to provide up to 50 square foot of illuminated signage per frontage, or 150 square foot of total surface area of signage along each frontage. Whereas this one, it's restricting it to, it seems, at least the way I'm reading it, it seems it is going to restrict in a C2 district a total surface area of 150 square foot on any zoning lot. So it's not by per frontage. So which is more restricted?
Oh, because it's not doing it per frontage. This is so weird.
Oh,
Yeah, go
they
ahead.
Right.
But if they're just doing 79 square feet illuminated, isn't that within the restrictions?
It
And
is.
it
So
doesn't have to be put out per frontage in this case.
I agree. So I think I was reading it incorrectly, and as Madam Chair asked me to go back and reread it, where I'm reading this now, our restriction should be more in line with 5 and not C1, because C1 would allow 50 square foot of illuminated signage per frontage or 150 square foot of total surface area of signage per frontage, whereas this would restrict to 150 square foot of total on any zoning lot. So maybe that's why the zoning resolution, not zoning resolution, the BSA resolution said the signage should comply with C1.
I don't get it.
So if the signage were to comply with C1 on this side, it has 3 street frontages. You would then be allowed to have 150 square foot per street frontages.
Yeah.
Of total surface area and 50 square foot of illuminated signage per street frontages. That means 3 times 50. Whereas per section 732115, in a C2 district, it would restrict the non-illuminated or illuminated non-flashing sign with a total surface area to not exceed 150 square feet on any zoning lot. So in this case, 50 comes to 150, but I'm just kind of calling that out.
Okay, so, yeah. So the first part of it is, this is a variance application, no? Not a 73-211 application, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's this 73-211 is irrelevant.
So therefore, okay.
This is a previously approved variance from 1969 thereabouts, right?
Okay.
So 73-211 may not even have existed.
May not
in
even be applicable. That's a good point.
Right, so you can't, the applicant jumping around from section to section trying to make its argument somehow. But I still don't see.
Then we are back
why-
to square one. Then we just have to apply section, we have to then apply the underlying C2 regulation, signage regulation, which is 150 square foot of total surface area per street frontages with no more than 50 square foot of illuminated signage per frontage.
Right, there you go.
Okay, that's fine.
Good.
It was just the way I was reading it, it was just complicated. It's like, which one do we go for then?
And I was unaware of that section, but it's been a while since we looked at a 73-211.
I know,
special-
yeah.
Okay, all right. Phew, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Live and learn.
Move
Did
on?
we get Yeah, we got everybody on that one, right? I just want to
Yeah.
make sure, yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so item number 19, 435 74 BZ, 552 Midland Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. Community board waived its recommendation, citing no complaints from neighbors. We do need fire department unless their letter, we didn't get anything, or if we did, I didn't find it. At the 2011 hearing, there was discussion and direction from the board. Is that direction still the case? The case is the site compliant with conditions. Where is the conditions chart? Condition compliance chart. Please, project managers, ask for the conditions compliance chart, and applicants, your application is incomplete without it. And maybe to our council, could we make clear in our rules that for these extensions of term and extensions of time, compliance charts are requirements in the application, not just that certification of compliance, which is never accurate or almost never accurate. What the board said in the 2011 hearing is, whereas at hearing, the board directed the applicant to remove the pole banners from the site and verify that the site complies with C1 district signage regulations, and to remove the vehicles parked in the ramp area. And whereas in response, the applicant submitted photographs and revised plans reflecting that the pole banners have been removed from the site, the concrete has been restored to the sidewalk area where the poles were located, the site complies with C1 district signage regulations, and the vehicles have been removed from the ramp area on the site. And in terms of the conditions at the time, that all conditions from the prior resolution not specifically waived by the board remain in effect. So we need that compliance chart. As noted in the notice of comments, the site next door to this one on lot 17 is being used as a parking area in an R3-1. So that's illegal, right? Unless it's accessory to a community facility effectively. And the question was whether in the notice of comments, was whether it is being used in connection with the subject use on lot 18. The applicant didn't respond to that or didn't provide much of an answer. A search by me on the Richmond County Clerk site shows that both lots are owned in common. So for me, that question still stands. DOB records shows no records against lot 17, that adjacent lot. So they may have considered those two lots as a single zoning lot. And so any violations or anything were actually submitted on the lot 18 side. BSA has been unaware of this, but the lots seem to have been held in common since at least 2015. And ownership prior to 2015 was in something known as JB Automotive Center. So it's the same use as the current site, just with a different name. The applicant and property owner need to explain this condition. And when I say property owner, I mean property owner, not the management or the tenant. They need to provide clear, updated photos. The last set of photos were in shadow and difficult to read. Please don't take photographs when basically you're submitting in more or less black images or nearly black images. Google Street View shows cars parked on the sidewalk to be washed, therefore waiting for service. And pole banner signs also are shown in those views, which were forbidden, as I read during the BSA hearings in 2011. I'd like to know, what is the condition of the walls that face the residential properties? Take photographs of them because they are right up against the property line, and it'd be terrible if there's crumbling walls up against those properties, or just say badly maintained ones. Also, where is the trash stored? This is a little site, so I'm not really sure where you store the trash. I hope it's inside. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda?
Thank you. It was difficult to read the previously approved plan dated 1/28/2010, BSA drawing number 4 to determine the signage square footage. So the applicant needs to provide a signage analysis sheet for each street frontage. The applicant also needs to provide a lumen plan and indicate on the plan all the outdoor lightings that exists on the site. The trash enclosure, as you pointed out, it's a very small site, so I'm not sure where it can be fitted, but we need to discuss that. Overall condition of the site, based on the Google Street View, it seems vehicles are encroaching onto the sidewalk, and also some vehicles are parked outside that were being cleaned. So there's an issue of drainage. Is the building ADA accessible? It's not very clear. And as you mentioned, the abutting lot is under same ownership, and and if that's a permitted use of the site. So, and I don't know if that ownership issue, if it was one zoning lot, as you were pointing out, would that have any way affected our prior variance or anything like that?
Right, yeah. Yeah, so that's always a question for me, when you acquire an adjoining site and the board doesn't know about it, and it potentially renders your variance no longer needed because the site's bigger now, or whatever the complained hardship was at the time. So, yeah. Anyhow, okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with
Sorry, can't hear you. Say it again. Uh-oh. Now
Vice
you
Chair
really,
that they need to clarify their signage situation by giving us what? Hello?
no,
No,
you're
we can
okay
hear-
now.
You're okay.
Oh, okay. So I said I agree with the Vice Chair that they need to clarify their signage situation by providing a signage plan per frontage that matches what they have on their first set of plans. And it's unclear. It just says total is like 136.7, but it's unclear as to how much of it is illuminated and how much is not. And then I have a question as to the grant expired January 14th, 2020. Does that mean they need to provide proof of continuous use because it's just about 2 years since the expiration?
They submitted on January 23rd, 2020.
Oh,
And it
okay,
got-
perfect.
There was a dismissal warning in July of this year, but they submitted on time.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you for noticing that, though. Okay, Commissioner Shedda.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to be repetitive. I agree with what's been said. The only thing I would add is I couldn't see lighting. The other thing is noise. Are there any noise reduction measures implemented? If not, is there any complaint from neighbors? Thank you. I mean, noise complaints. Thank you.
So with respect to noise complaints, should we have them notify neighbors?
I don't think we need to. The adjacent property is theirs. The properties in the back, it's been like shielded by the walls of the building itself. I would take their word for it.
Okay. Thanks. Commissioner Shibeta.
I would want notice to neighbors, not for noise, but more so to know what the condition is on the site. Is how often are these cars there? Is this some sort of nuisance to the people around that site? With regard to them purchasing the adjacent property, I'm a bit hesitant to factor that into. Well, I think we really should think about whether it'd be prudent to start factoring in adjacent properties a purchase of an adjacent property with regard to whether or not an extension should be, a variance should be extended. I haven't considered it before this moment, but I am a bit hesitant to consider it. At least before we do, we should really think about what this could mean for other cases, the precedent may be setting.
So we actually have talked about this many times, but when we talk about it, we talk about it with, Linden Boulevard being the most egregious of them. We talk about it in the context of a really bad actor, right? So Linden Boulevard was 100 by 100 lot, and they purchased a lot adjacent that was 100 by 100. So they owned the entire block frontage. But in addition to that, they were terrible actors, right? So among the many things that we considered was their negligence and non-compliance with our conditions, and the fact that now they had an incredibly viable, productive site in a residence district. This is a little site. Ownership of the adjoining site next door might not have shifted anything. We don't normally get into it, but I hate it when the applicant doesn't tell us and we have to find it out by being suspicious. It's just made me suspicious of everyone by having people conceal facts from us. And then we look at, all you have to do is look at like aerial views and you see cars parked, or you see, for instance, tires in a trailer, and you say, well, they can't be related to the house next door unless the house next door is in the tire business. So it must be related to the automotive use, right? So why should we be the suspicious investigators? If applicants were upfront with us, we wouldn't be going through this. They would tell us exactly what's going on. So we could say, oh, I see, reasonable, no problem, let's move on. Instead, we end up being Sherlock Holmes all the time, or forensic crime stoppers. And I can't stand that. So anyhow, all right. Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, so this concludes I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah,
sorry. This concludes the last case, the last new case. We did receive something on the decision case 28279BZ, 840 Richmond Avenue. They submitted revised plans and a statement. So I don't know if you have a chance to look at that, or you want to.
So what I'd like to do is, it's 12:13, so let's call it 12:15. We can either break for lunch for 30 minutes, or we just take a 10-minute break and begin. Which is the preference? No preference? So we'll take a 10-minute break. Is that okay with everybody?
And then we'll
Okay.
we'll start with the hearing. Okay.
And we can, and in the meantime, I'll try to quickly look at the submission on 28279. I forget what was wrong with it. Oh, I know, that was the one where we were.
It had an illegible landscape plan. They submitted that. They also gave you parking calculations and how they got to the parking spaces, and a leaf Kelt's plan. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a look at that, and maybe we'll call that one up for a vote. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right.
So this concludes the review session.
Right. So 12:25 back. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, if everyone could come back now, please. Okay, I think we have a quorum.
Okay. You're gonna remove that break screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I sent him an email. I tried to call, but I sent Mr.
You're on.
Pisanelli an email. I tried to call him.
You're on, you're live, so.
I know I'm live, sorry. Okay,
So,
so,
so
this is-
announce, and then we'll talk about that case.
oh, okay, sorry. This is the public hearing or with continuation. It's a public hearing, November 20, BSA public hearing, November 29, 2021, 10 a.m. session.
Okay, so just previously, you had said we had a new submission on 28279 BZ to see if we
Correct.
could do it on second call. I reviewed the drawings quickly, and there's still corrections that need to be made. And Tony contacted the applicant to make those corrections. Please, to the applicant, be very careful before you submit to us. Make sure you've looked through it carefully and all the required corrections have been made before you submit, okay? Because we could always vote on this tomorrow. You don't need to do this in the next hour, right? So careful is better. All right, so let's go ahead.
Okay, public hearing. So the first item up is continued hearing on the SOC calendar, item number 12, 37845 BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens. This is the Koshalari Law Firm.
Koshisharli.
Sorry, Koshalari, sorry. Pardon the poor pronunciation.
Who? I don't actually know who's the individual. Is that person
This is
already?
Brian. Last time was Brian, wasn't it? Brian Koshalari?
Koshisharli. It's phonetic. Okay, can somebody text him, please? Oh, here he is. He's there. I think he
Okay.
was just, yeah, he's there. Sorry, I got you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Oh.
Yes. If your video is working, please turn on your video.
Let me try.
We don't like public hearings where the public can't see who's speaking.
If
Do
you
I become a
accept,
panelist to do that? Or do I
yes,
stay as
if
an
you become a panelist, you'll be able to turn on your video.
Hello,
There we
everyone.
go. So much better. Thank you. Okay.
Of course.
All
Okay,
right, go ahead.
raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Sure. Brian Kachasarli from the Kachasarli Law Firm, the applicant on matter 37845BZ. I did hear the board's comments during the review session. If you'd like, we can dive right into it. And good afternoon, everyone.
Go ahead.
So the Madam Chair made a comment about in-ground planting beds and planting dimensions. I'm a little confused by that. What we're proposing is a seeded lawn area that would be curbed in, basically. So the lawn would basically wrap around the entire property, except to where lot 31 starts because of the limitation of space, because that's a C1 or a commercial zone, and the building abuts the property line. That's why we had the gravel proposal there.
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding what I mean. So let me just go
Yes.
to our plans. And actually, I always depend on Commissioner Shetta for share screen, so maybe we could do that. Because I'm on a different computer when I look at my drawings. So, okay, so if you look at the top of the, and I know Commissioner Shetta's looking, if you look at the top of the drawing, let's just pick any old one, right? So it's the landscape drawing. I'm looking at the set submitted 10/15/21. I don't know if there was a later one, I doubt it. Okay, let me just get to your landscaping plan. There we
There is
go.
one submitted, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
10/15/21.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it's drawing number 9, BSA 09.
Mhm.
And it shows planting at the top of the top of the drawing, which is kind of southeast, I guess. Top of the drawing, or actually southwest on the drawing.
Along 148th, correct.
Along 148th. There we go. What I'm asking, so those things are called planting beds, you know, because you're digging into the ground.
Mhm.
And the issue is you're trying to retain the soil from spilling onto the paving. So there's a detail for that. It's different than if you're like, if it's the backyard of a house where you've got a lawn and then you plant trees in a lawn. That's not actually what you do here. Here you're digging what is either, there may be existing soil here, but you're digging it and you're putting soil down, and then you have to create curbs around the soil.
Correct.
To prevent the soil from spilling out onto the asphalt. Yeah, there, for example, along the side property line, but even along the 148th Street area, see where the handicap parking spot is, for example, there, you know, all along that area, that needs to have a curb. And so you have a detail on the drawing where the lighting lamppost is. That's the drawing right before, drawing 08. There we go. See that one? That shows where the light pole, how the light pole is detailed, but right next to it, it says curb site plan for a location, right? That's exactly the same thing as what I'm talking about. You have a curb where there's finished grade, like let's say there's a curb where you've got your asphalt on one side and your planting bed on the other side. That's the detail I'm looking for. The detail of how you keep the soil inside. Okay. And then the other part of it is where it's clearly a more typical planting bed, because, you know, arguably you have soil here, dirt already, and you're just digging the dirt. But where you're going to be breaking up concrete, you're creating an actual planting bed. The bed has to be a minimum depth of 4 feet, depth as in top to bottom. Otherwise, the tree balls don't survive.
So you want elevation, right?
Yeah, I want a section through the plant. It's not an elevation, it's a section through the planting bed to show the depth from the top to bottom depth and the curb. And then when you have, when you, I don't remember whether this is dimensioned. In terms of the beds that are shallower, well, for one, they should be dimensioned. Like, what is the dimension in that of the width of that bed that's along Folk Boulevard?
Okay.
What's the width of all of those things? And the reason we need that is because this is a proposed, and we want to see that it was installed according to the drawings, okay? And without dimensions, we can't tell.
Easy enough.
So
thank you for the clarification.
So all that needs to be dimensioned. And then that area to the right, where it says proposed 4-inch thick pea gravel over weed fabric.
Correct.
That's actually a barren area. Pea gravel is a sweet way of talking about nothing.
If you look at the Google Maps drawing pictures, you're going to see that our neighbor abuts right along the property line. And we have a metal picket fence there as well. I'm not sure that arborvitaes will flourish there. We can certainly review it again, and if it does, we're glad to continue that row of trees. But
Okay.
but based upon the visuals and what our experts are telling us, it's almost impossible. But we could
Your
revisit
drawing
it.
Your drawing doesn't show a fence, so how would we know there's a fence there?
Yeah, the metal picket fence to the board's request wraps around.
It doesn't show a fence on the drawing adjacent to
Okay.
the building. Right, so if I go to the drawing number 1, or whatever it is, no, it does not. It doesn't exist, so I rely on drawings. Whatever the drawing says, that's what I think is happening, which is a reasonable approach. If the drawing doesn't say it, it must not be happening. So the picket fence, if you go on Commissioner Sheta to drawing number 1 or whatever, yeah, BSA 01. There you go. And then zoom in on that right side. And then scroll up to the metal picket fence. You see how the fence is designated as a line with an X. That's the standard designation metal picket for a fence, right? The fence line stops right at the building. So according,
Correct.
and why would you put a fence next to a building? I don't know. So I don't understand. And the fence is a proposed fence, not an existing fence, because this is a new metal picket fence that we asked to be installed, right? So there's no reason for installing a fence right up against a building. Instead, use that full 5-foot planting bed depth width, front to back width, to plant the arborvitae. 5 feet's a big planting bed. I mean, it's not as big as the nicest one that I would like, but it's not bad, right? And so you can easily, yeah, there you go. The 5 feet there, and the 5 feet that you show a little lower, where your hand could go there. Exactly. There's plenty of room to plant the arborvitae, except where you've got whatever that is, an air pump or vacuum stations. Obviously, you can't put it where the vacuum stations are. Okay, so please amend the drawings to show appropriately all of that.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Talking about wheel stops, do you still recommend that we have wheel stops now that we agree that we have curbing around the planting bed?
The curbing holds the soil in. The curb stops, the wheel stops hold the cars from their front ends parking on top of the planting and killing the planting. So wheel stops have to be right where those parking spaces are. See, that's what the wheel stops are for. It's 2 different functions. Okay. We've had other solutions, but that's the most obvious one in particular, because you have all these other things you don't want the cars to hit, like those vacuum stations and the lighting and all of that. You don't want cars to hit it. So it's another reason for the wheel stops. Okay. Okay.
Moving to the enclosure for the trash bin. You requested that it be a stucco finish painted to match the building. I just want to bring to the board's attention that the entire building is masonry. There is no stucco finishing on the building.
But is
So
it concrete block?
I believe it's white brick at the moment.
Brick. So are you going to build this out of brick? So that's either it's stucco, either it's a masonry, I'm sorry, concrete block with stucco on top painted to match the building, or it's the same white brick. You can't leave it just exposed, terrible industrial concrete block, which really is not appropriate in a district like this with residents, okay? So that's your choice, brick to match or stuccoed concrete block.
Not a problem.
Okay.
And we'll make sure that the layer of lighting is on the first page as well, on the first drawing.
Sorry, the what?
The lighting poles, you said that there was an issue with the lighting poles not being designated on the first drawing.
So what I mean by designated is when you have a detail on a drawing, the detail is supposed to have a number on it, like detail number A. And then you show on the site plan where detail number A is. So that way I know, this light pole detail refers to this location. Otherwise, all I can do is guess, okay?
Two comments left. One of them is that if you look at parking stall number 7, we have the proposal where 10 of the 13 vehicles are for awaiting parking stalls are awaiting service, awaiting repair.
Right?
That was supposed to have a signage there. There's a typo there. We're going to have that sign there. So that'll be corrected as well. And the last comment is by Vice Chair Shanda regarding the street trees, because I'm a little bit perplexed by that comment as well. Because at the previous hearing, she inquired why our proposed plan had street trees and asked us to remove it, and now she's asking for us to put it back in. So
No,
I think
no,
that's
no.
a different.
yes,
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
our
it's-
previous plan had proposed street trees because we had a different additional use at the location when we originally made the application, which had a drive-through window with a QSR or a convenience store, which we're not having anymore. So I think we were required to have street trees.
Can I think the previous drawings, the plants were right next to the property line.
Yes.
And our comment was that while that's a good idea to provide street planting, but that's not the location where city would allow street tree planting. The street tree planting typically happens along the curb line, next to the curb line. So
Sure.
you need to coordinate with Parks Department in providing those street trees along the curb line.
Right. So again, Commissioner Sheta, just to make it really clear, if you look at the drawing submitted on May 17th, you'll see the version of what was being called street trees. And our comment was, in addition to, you can't be planting, we were saying you're trying to rely on trees that are on city property instead of landscaping your own site. That was why those trees had to be removed. There you go. Thank you. That was fast. He's so good at that. Okay. And then zoom in on that drawing. The trees at the top. You see the trees are located right up against the property line. And we were saying, how can you rely on the city property to plant trees when you have that area that should have trees on it, which now has trees on it, your own property? But street trees are always located up against the curb in planting beds against the curb, like where it says OH. I don't know what the OH means. See, Commissioner Shetto, those OHs? Yeah, that's where the location of street trees, unless it's prohibited for some reason because there's an OH. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Okay.
So there's a rule about the architect. Who's the architect? Are you the architect? No.
I am not.
Okay. So the architect needs to apply the rules about location of street trees where there's distances from certain things like curb distances from curbs, distances from intersections, distances from utility lines, whatever, and indicate where street trees are permitted. Otherwise, they're required every 20 feet or 25 feet, something like that. Okay, so they have to apply the Department of Parks regulations about the location of street trees and show them where they belong and submit to us an application that you've already submitted to the Department of Parks to show the street trees. Okay. And in future, you really should attend these hearings with the architect because what's happening is you don't quite understand these issues. This is very common architect talk, and you're translating what your interpretation of what we just said to the architect instead of having the architect present. So please always come to these hearings with the architect. And to speed things up, have the architect listen to what we're saying during this hearing and the review session, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And I think those were the comments, right?
That's what my
Um,
notes indicate.
Okay, and so we need a drawing showing the tree. The drawing that we just looked at should show street trees, and also to show the calculations that are required by Department of Parks to show why, for example, we don't see street trees every 20 feet or 25 feet, whatever the rule is for street trees, okay?
Okay.
And we have an excellent example of that in an upcoming case. I don't know whose case that is. Daryl, is that your case? I think so. If that could be shared with Mr. Kachisarli. Coach or Koch?
Either one.
Kachisar- No, it's your name. Kachisarli?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 37845 BZ, 11660 Supton Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in, the number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. The passcode should you required is 398848. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and *9 to unmute. If you're calling from the phone, if you're calling in, it is *6 to unmute.
Okay. So I'm going to make a note that we should send you a copy of that street tree case. I think that was one we just had a decision on. So we'll check quickly and find it. If Vice Chair, you could find that, then we could just say to whoever the project manager is, which I really think is Daryl, but I'm not sure, and have that sent. So how much time? So what I would like to do is, it's now too late for planting season. It's, last I looked, it was snowing, so it's too late for planting season. So what I'd like to have you do is come back in January with the revised drawings. I don't know if it's possible for you to come. Yeah, it's only 2 weeks. So come back in January with the revised drawings, and then you'll be ready for planting. Okay, so we want to make sure the drawings are accurate before you begin the work. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, is that reasonable timing wise?
I think that's more than enough time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, yes, Daryl Ruffin is the project manager for the case that we just approved, which was 2021-12-BZ.
12BZ. Okay. Okay, good. Great. Thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. And thank you, Mr. Kachisarli.
Thank
right.
you, Madam Chair.
I'll let you know the exact date in January. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is item number 13-2409 BZ, 78-10, 164th Road, Queens.
Okay. Sorry. Here we go. Mr. Most, when you can hear us, and please also turn on your video. There you go.
There we go.
Go
Good
ahead,
afternoon.
Who else is
Tony,
with you? No, who
Anybody
else is
with-
with them? The manager?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yes, there should be a number of people actually in there as well.
Chesky Rosenberg?
Yes, correct.
Okay, I just allowed.
Oh, there's his hand.
Okay. All right. And then,
There may be an Alexander Hernandez,
no,
but you may not need them.
okay.
Do we want, oh. Is that it?
Is there anybody else? There's other names I don't, there's one name I don't recognize.
Thomas,
but
there may be a Thomas Curo, there could be a Joseph Ray, Alexander
No.
Hernandez.
No.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, raise your right hand. This is for you also, Mr. Rosenberg. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Jordan Most, on behalf of the applicant from Bryan Cave. So we of course watched the review session of the board, and I'll apologize right now and thank you for the benefit of the doubt with regard to technology in terms of the video, the very, very short video of the swinging gate. We can provide you with a longer video, but it sounds like Mr. Ricketts will be heading out to the site to observe, and I'm sure what he'll see is the gate that doesn't that doesn't swing out into the street. That sort of unusual chain link welded contraption was devised by the contractor who installed the fence as a way to prevent the fence from swinging out into the street, and also not narrowing the opening. As he explained, whatever other device he was going to have to install was going to somehow narrow the opening of the fence. At any rate, it sounds like any of the issues that the board raised would hopefully be resolved by or confirmed by a visit from Mr. Ricketts to the site to see that doors and gates are in place and closed and enclosures locked and so forth. So if there are any other questions, I'm happy to of course, answer anything.
Hold on a second. Let me just get there. Yeah, so I'm going to really rely on Mr. Ricketts' inspection of the site. And I'd actually like to hear from fire department to make sure they're okay with us actually either closing or eventually voting on this, because of course the sprinklers are not installed yet. Go ahead, Jelly.
Mr. Daly's on mute, but if I could just, before Mr. Daly replies, I just want to make sure that the sprinklers are installed. They've got to be, there's going to be some modifications to the sprinkler system in connection with the filing.
You know what? I only want to hear from fire department on this because they're the ones who have to decide, right?
Sure.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Hi.
Just mentioned this, there are sprinklers in those trailers. I've been to the site several times, and I can confirm that there are sprinklers in there. Now, with the new sprinkler plan,
John, can you volume up?
Yeah, we
Can you
really
raise
don't.
the volume?
I know he had trouble with his source last time.
I know he said the sprinklers are installed. After that, I couldn't understand.
Okay, technical.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Madam Chair, as Mr. Mosa had just mentioned, there are sprinklers in those trailers. Did receive the revised approved a sprinkler plan, so they're gonna provide an RPZ to put in system for the pipe going into trailers where they're gonna have the antifreeze. The RPZ will
Really can't hear.
Yeah.
Chief Daly, it's not so much that it's the volume isn't up, it's that you're breaking up a lot. I'm just wondering whether instead of this video, you might be able to call in. Tony, can someone show him the dial-in information? It's just that the connection is terrible. So this is the dial-in information. How's it go? 646.
646. Okay. Oh, sorry.
646-558-8656.
Sabi.
And,
You taken out of the room now?
and then you have to put in the
Put in the
passcode.
webinar, yeah, the passcode is 398848.
Okay. So while we wait for him. You have it, Chief Daly?
I can't hear him.
Me either. Okay, let's see if there's anything else we can discuss while. So actually, it's a question for Mr. Ricketts.
You also had the DOB thing that you want,
I'm sorry, Chair. There's a question for
Yeah,
me?
there's a question for you. The question is, we need you to go out on an inspection. So I'm trying to judge timing on this.
All right.
So,
First, I want to
yeah.
say it's not an inspection. It would be a site visit. I do not issue anything when I go on site visits, so I really do not want to call it an inspection. They will not receive anything from me while I'm there. So I want to be very clear that this would be a site visit. As far as going there, I plan to go there sometime this week. I'm not sure what date, probably Thursday or Friday.
Okay, that's great. All right, so what we would need is then someone from management there to greet you and to demonstrate how that gate, I think that's how the gate doesn't swing into the sidewalk, okay?
I could send I'll send the contact information for sort of the on-site person to a couple of names to make sure that he has the access he needs.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. And so, and then as we talked about before, so once you go inside through the gate, then to walk around in that area to sure that it's properly managed, all of the storage containers are closed. There isn't a bunch of trash all over the place. We have a bunch of people calling in now. Okay, understood, Ted?
Noted. I got it, Chair.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to unmute. There's two phone numbers. I don't know if one of them is Chief Daly. One is last three digits 302, and one is last three digits 515. So you unmute with *6 on your phone. You're 515. Okay, so *6 on your phone to unmute. Hello? *6 to unmute.
Oh, I can use that.
Okay. You're not unmuting.
So can't hear you, John.
Chief Daly is 515, by the way.
Yeah, I see that, but he's not unmuting. *6 on your phone. Nope.
No.
I don't know what to say. All right. I've run out of ideas.
Or received his letter, I mean,
Yeah, okay, that's all I can say is we received his letter. I tell you what, Chief Daly, we're gonna rely on Mr. Ricketts' site visit for the moment. If there's anything else you would like to add, and we're going to close the hearing, but we can always reopen. So if the fire department has an objection to us voting on the case prior to the improvements being made to the sprinkler system, let us know by letter, okay? Or email or call Tony or one of those things, okay? Tony, go ahead.
you had indicated, I don't know if this is absent, you wanted us to reach out to DOB about section 2435, the required side yard width.
Right,
So-
so that's like a general question because we have another case where they're aggregating the side yard. So we have that ZRD1 on this particular case, and this is a general question. It doesn't have to apply specifically to the
Oh,
case.
okay. I just wanted
You don't
to
need
be
to
clear.
mention the case. You have the name of the zoning expert. So ask the question on that section that has to do with aggregated front yards. On a corner lot, do you aggregate all the frontages, or it's just frontage by frontage? Like, how do you decide? And especially in this case, it's in a case where you got two corner lots. How does that work? Because arguably, if you're just looking at it frontage by frontage, then you've got different side yard widths, which is really weird, right? So, which you can't have, they have to be continuous. So that's my question, like, how are they interpreting that?
Okay.
So the first question would be a simple corner lot, and the other would be a double corner lot where it's essentially fronting on the entire block.
All right, so I'll draft that and then I'll let you take a look before I send it out.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so any other comments from commissioners? All right, so let's go to the public then.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2409BZ, 78-10, 164th Road, Queens. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. The passcode, should you require it, is 398848. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand. And press *9 to unmute. If you are calling in on phone, press *6 to unmute.
Okay. All right, so let's just give them a couple minutes. I see people in the Zoom room, but nobody with their Zoom hand up on this.
Again, it is
So-
2409BZ, 7810, 164th Road, Queens. It's the Meadowbrook Rehabilitation Center.
Okay. Meadow Park, yeah.
I'm
Meadow
sorry,
Park.
Meadow Park. I apologize, Mr. Most.
Okay, all right then. So then, yeah, I'm looking at the timing of Mr. Ricketts' site visit. It doesn't have to be this week unless you want it to be this week. We have time. So, and I'll try to put this on for January sometime distant, and then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Okay. Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta. Commissioner Shabeta, I can't hear you.
Aye.
Thank
Aye.
you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 14, 6112BZ, 216 Lafayette Street, Manhattan.
I don't know who the applicant is. Jody Stein.
Jody
Oh,
Stein.
there we go. She raised her hand. I believe she's in. There you are.
Is that only
Okay.
Jody?
I don't know. Is there anyone else?
Barbara Cohen should be in as well. I see her.
She's in. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
Mhm.
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to the board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Jody Stein with Shepherd, Mullen, Richter, and Hampton. And I have Barbara Cohen with me here today. We heard the board's comments. Good afternoon, everyone, by the way. You know, I'm not sure there's much for me to respond to. I will hand it over to Barbara, though.
Okay, but before you do that, we talked about the conditions of rodent and trash management, noise attenuation, and HVAC equipment placement as a condition. I don't know if you had a chance to speak to your client about this.
Well,
Yeah, so
currently, you know, there was just ongoing construction and the use was vacant. I know you mentioned you didn't know what use is there now, but it's been vacant for a number of years. So, and as you mentioned, they will have refrigerated storage in the cellar. And that's with regards to the rodents. In the noise attenuated windows in the back, I'm not really sure how necessary that is, as there is no, you know, behind us is a vacant lot. So there's no neighbor in the rear.
well, behind you is a vacant lot, but there are neighbors to the sides, no?
There are neighbors to the sides.
That's what a situation is about. A restaurant can be a noisy thing.
Yes, and
Those need to be attenuated. That's not a big thing usually.
agreed.
Okay. Okay, so I don't know what the plans are, life being what life is like these days. I don't know what the plans are for developing the restaurant, like when they're actually going to get started, but it's not okay that just because it's a vacant interior, that there's trash. Those photographs that you probably saw, right?
I did, and there was very minimal, you know, I understand there shouldn't be no bag of trash or construction fence rolled up, that they were, I think they may have stored there temporarily, but in my opinion, it was not egregious. And I agree, and I've spoken with my clients, and there will be no, you know, further trash. Sometimes it's a little hard with construction on a day-to-day basis, but that's ending very soon.
But is there construction going on? I thought you said it's vacant.
It's vacant, but they were updating it as of right. If you recall the plans from the existing to the proposed, there was some work being done to the stairs and the spaces.
So it means, when you say updating, that means construction?
Yes, yes, and it's laid out in the proposal. It's laid out in the application. I have a whole section devoted to it.
Right, but this has been going on for a while, so I'm trying to figure out what the status is. Is construction still?
Just about done, just waiting for some final inspections.
So the direction is that they need to take better care of the site that's visible to the neighbors, and it's not really up to you to decide whether trash is minimal, trash is annoying. So they shouldn't be throwing trash in the back, and they should be careful, and especially if it's causing places for rats and mice to live, that's really bad. I know that construction brings out the rats and the mice, okay? And that's because if it's messy, it brings it out.
Agreed.
So,
not a problem.
okay, all right. All right, so go ahead then, Ms. Cohen.
Hi. To answer the question Commissioner Brown had regarding the thinking about applying the two different rental rates. So we, in the as of right, we put the wall back in that was there. That created the two small spaces, both at the Lafayette side on the second floor and then on the Crosby side. So the couple of factors that went into thinking was size, use, and the sort of utility of the space as it related to the floor below. So the Crosby Street side, given well, first of all, the comps reflected about $51 a square foot, and the sizes there were associated with sort of a larger size. And so the Crosby Street second floor was, to me, one, it was small, but it was also didn't really have much use. It would be, and its access was from the ground floor, and so it would probably be just a small office associated with whatever went in on the ground floor. On the Lafayette side, I thought it had a little more value because it connected to all the other floors, and it could potentially have use as retail and multi-story restaurant and so on. I tried to actually explain it in the memo on the second page, but it didn't quite translate.
I got that. I got that part.
The larger, so in the proposed, the larger space, right? Larger pays less than smaller spaces. I stayed with the $50. So again, the difference with using 65 on the Lafayette and 50 on the Crosby was really about the sort of value and the use of of those.
I understood
spaces.
that. Mm-hmm. I understood your as of right difference or differential between front and rear. I just thought that the proposed is one entire space, which is a good thing. So I thought that would impact all of the space in a positive way that would overcome the fact that it was a larger space and should rent at less per square foot. That was my only question.
Oh, less than 50 per square foot. Okay.
No. More than 50. It should rent, I'm sorry, more than 50 per square foot because it's a larger space, which is more attractive. In this case, it's more attractive than that dinky little, like you said, rear unit that was on Crosby in the back.
Right. I guess I was aligning it to the comps and the sizes of the comps there, and a little. I understand what you're saying, larger, more attractive, but yet larger you tend to pay a little less than smaller, so per square foot. But
okay. All right. No, as I said before, it really isn't going to impact the financials. It certainly doesn't impact the as of right. It was just a question about the proposed, and I accept your answer.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, then. Any other comments, questions from anyone? And we talked about eliminating the term as was requested. So let's go to the public.
I'm muted. The case we are currently discussing is 6112-12BZ, 216 Lafayette Street, Manhattan. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. Excuse me. The Zoom webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338, and the passcode is 398848. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute. If you are calling in by phone, please press *6 to unmute.
Okay, let's give them a little bit. I know, so there are no submissions or anything. Anything like that, there will be conditions. So I'm just stalling for time here to give people a chance to call in because there were neighbors concerned about the site. So I want to see whether anyone calls it. Okay. But the letter from the neighbors included many of those conditions that we were talking about, and we've agreed to those conditions except the ones that limit hours and seating capacity. Okay. All right then. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Hi. Oh, you didn't hear me? Oh,
No. Vice Chair
Aye.
Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 15. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
886.
Wait. Ms. Stein, you had a question?
Is it possible to do a vote today?
No, we
No,
don't.
we don't do that on Zoom, and we don't actually do that anymore because it makes it a problem to issue resolutions.
Okay.
So you don't have any submission, so we'll try to put you on as soon as possible for a decision, but we never do close votes anymore. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know when that would be. Okay. Okay.
Moving on, new cases, item number 15, 887-54BZ, 21801 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hi. We should have Andrew Stewart on, and that should be it for this case.
So there's somebody with last three digits of their phone number 328. I don't know if that's who we're waiting for.
He said he's on the call with the number. Yeah, 328 is his last, so I guess he has to *6. Or there you see him now.
Yeah, *6 to be let in. And tell us his name again. Andrew Stewart?
Andrew Stewart, yep.
Hello,
Hi, okay, so we're ready to go.
I'm here. How are you doing?
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Elise
Proceed. State your name for the record. Proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC on behalf of the applicant. First, we heard your comment about the trash enclosure to be replaced with brick with solid steel gates. We'll look into that and its appropriate location and get back to your board. Then we heard your comment about perimeter photographs. We'll have more photographs of the perimeter submitted, and photo of the HVAC enclosure. We will also submit that. We will look at if the masonry wall in the rear and confirm that it is structurally sound. And then I have Andy here who will speak a little bit about vacuums, which it seemed like there was a mix of feelings towards signage and the generator.
Okay, so before you go on with that, in terms of the rear masonry wall, it's not just a structural sound, like what's the condition of the masonry wall? Show us photographs that way.
Okay.
If it doesn't have cracks in it, then, right? But if it has cracks in it, then we have an issue that needs to be addressed. It means there is a structural issue.
Oh, and I'd like to add with the vacuum and the electric generator, if you would like us to notice neighbors, we can do that for the next hearing. Okay.
Great. And I knew this, but I got a message from Chief Daly about the requirement of electric generators. It's related to emergency issues in the event of power failures. And we know that emergency generators are now permitted obstructions in side yards, so that's why it hasn't come up in this context or in many others.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Andy, if you would like to add, because I think you have some good things to add here.
Yeah, so, yeah, regarding the emergency generator, you're correct. It's an emergency generator and used at times when there's power outage in the area to keep gas running for customers for use and stuff like that, which is essential. It's not regularly used. It is a Kohler unit. I don't know the exact model number, but we can get details on that if you need to. It has been permitted and signed off by the Department of Buildings. I have that permit number. I can provide evidence of that. So everything's legally in order in that fashion.
Okay. With respect to that, it's a Kohler model, which I've seen used in a lot of other locations. It seems to be a popular one. Can you give us a cut sheet, and then maybe it would tell us something about the noise output, like how it's, how it noise there or whatever, however that.
Okay, yeah, like I said, I noted that it's a Kohler unit. I just have to confirm the model number, and then I can find a spec sheet on it. That shouldn't be an issue.
But isn't it only used in emergencies? Didn't you say that?
Yeah, it's only used when there's power outages. It's not used on a regular basis. It's just used if there's power out and they need to keep the gas pumping for for emergency vehicles or even just for the public in that fashion. Yeah, so.
Right, but so what charges the generator while it's sitting there waiting for that terrible moment? Is it
so likely the generator is run off of I'll confirm, but likely it's run off of a fuel source other than electricity. It's probably like a diesel fuel source or something like that. I'd have to confirm with the make and model of it. So
okay.
You can also mention in the submission that it's used like on emergency basis, not all the time. Even if this is the case, even if it has some like noise output, I would be okay with them because it's not like all the time in operation.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
It's only used in emergency situations. It's not used for regular operation.
Right. So then our main concern then really is the vacuum being adjacent, not so much the generator. I'm just thinking of generators back in the day where you have a whole neighborhood vibrating from all the gas.
Yeah, right. Understood completely.
Does this station have like solar on top of the like the pumps area? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it does. Yeah, I believe that they do have a solar roof on it. I'm just trying to take a look at a street.
If it has a solar roof, why would it?
I'm not, to be honest with you, it might not be. I'd have to confirm that, but I don't know if it's 100% positive. It's just I know it is an arched roof instead of a flat roof, but I'm not sure if it's solar or not. It might have the appearance of it. They might have some kind of reflective panel or appearance of it, but not necessarily. So
maybe these are just panels. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Those Yeah, the canopies are ideal locations for solar arrays actually.
Yeah, I know. So, I can confirm that if it is or not. I off the top of my head, I would say no, but I can confirm. So.
Okay. And then sign.
Well, real quick, as for the vacuum, I know there's discussion about that it wasn't a previous approval, so there shouldn't be no vacuums at the site. But then I also, of course, heard the review session discussion that some of the board members may not have an issue with having it there, or may even want to relocate it. I just kind of want to get further input, if you could, about that. If we can leave it on site, either in the current location or relocate it to a place further from the residences rather than remove it, just so we have an option to go back and speak with our client about what the board feelings is on that.
Okay, it's really driven by whether it's annoying to neighbors, because the distance, because it's pushed back from the property line, and there's landscaping, and there's a building that arguably is shielding it. Perhaps that's enough, and the neighbors aren't even noticing. But otherwise, yeah. So, sorry, someone say something?
Oh, I just said we'll notice, so maybe that will help.
Okay, yeah.
Notice coming.
Because if no one responds, they're okay with it, and then it's not an annoyance. Otherwise, it's something that someone's been pining about, and like just dealing with all this time, they'll say something.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry. Just so are you saying that as long as notice is sent out, then no further steps need to be taken with regard to the vacuum, just as long as no one responds to that notice?
Yeah, so the issue is this. Unlike most of the time, so most of the time when we see these vacuums on the residential property line, they're right on the property line, like right next to the fence. Here, the vacuum is pulled, I think it's 15 feet away from the property line. And yeah, I think so, 15 feet away from the property line. And there's a brick wall that's like 6 feet high. And a portion of that immediate area behind has the width of the neighbor's garage. So for argument's sake, the noise that's produced by the vacuum is attenuated by the distance, by the wall, and by the garage. But maybe it's not, because there's also a direct line of sight to a window. So maybe it isn't attenuated. So the only way to know is if a neighbor actually says, I'm so glad you asked. I didn't even know this was in hearing, because we don't have a notice requirement for these extensions of term. So, right, but this is more likely not to be a nuisance than one that's right on the residential property line. I'm explaining to Commissioner Shabeta, what do you, that's where we're going with that.
I'm satisfied with it.
Okay. Okay.
All right. I think the last thing was the signage table, and yes, we acknowledge that their illuminated signage does exceed the allowable, and it's one of these cases we've seen them before, and not to say it's the right thing that has been done, but the DOB has approved these signage, and they're probably not looking. They probably look at a application by application basis and not an overall view of the site and the permitted signages, and slips by them, or I'm not sure. I can't really speak to how they DOB plan examiners do their job, to be honest. But that's just the case here. That's they have permits from DOB. The permits have been signed off, but we can look at the overall signage on site as the board's directing to resolve any issues there.
So it goes like this. You have to comply with the board grant and with the zoning.
Understood.
So if you missed it, you have to fix it. Okay.
Understood. Understood.
Okay. Anything else? Did we?
I don't think so. Not on this one.
I think that was it, right? So in terms of the enclosure for the trash, we want to see the drawing to show the masonry enclosure and a steel door on it, so that when you're looking at it from the outside, it's attractive. Because really the rest of the site, the picket fence and everything is very nice. So it gets ruined by this trash enclosure.
I should say the community board on this one was like, wow, this is one of the nicest sites we've ever seen. I just wanted to point that out when we went.
There, I agree. I mean, I commended, however, the very large buffering areas got established, because that's great, and someone's maintained landscaping really well, the current client, but apparently that wasn't always the way life was here, so it's great now. So let's just fix that defect. And so,
Oh, and just at least
go ahead.
compliance chart.
Okay,
Yeah.
Understood.
And please, all your submissions must have a compliance.
They have them in the resolution with a chart, but I'll do one with photographs now, because I know that's something you're looking for.
Oh yeah, the photograph one is extremely nice.
But there were compliance charts that explain stuff in the board resolution history, but I know that you're looking for something different.
Yeah.
No, one's a board history report and the other is a compliance chart.
Yeah, but I put a chart in there that goes through each of the conditions, but I'll do something different.
But then where do we find that you've satisfied the conditions?
Well, it says like,
And
yes, no, never mind. I'll update it. It's fine.
If it does, then where is it, right? Where in the
to you now.
No, you don't need to show it
Yeah,
to us.
okay.
No, but in other words, when you do a chart, you
Mhm.
should show where in the materials submitted.
So now I'm going to do it with photographs or whatever's appropriate.
That would be great. But it's just that we've gotten many applications from you that don't have the compliance chart. So please make that a habit. Never submit anything
was-
without it. Okay.
A year ago when I was submitting these, I was doing it in the board history with a chart that went through each of the things. But now I know there's a new requirement and I'm more than happy to.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right, let's go. Jelly, you had your hand up? No? No,
That's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, let's go to the public.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 88754BZ 21801 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 930-9004 and 9004-1338. The passcode should you require it is 398848. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute. And if you're calling by phone, *6 to unmute.
Okay, so while we wait to see whether anyone calls in on this, nobody in the waiting room at the moment has their hand up. How much time, Ms. Fullader, do you need to?
I guess if are we only showing the plans first? Is that what we're doing with the trash?
Well, actually, no, you're going to notify neighbors. So obviously we need.
No, but I'm saying I'm just talking about the plans because if depending on if we're just showing you first or if we're building it, that's a whole different story.
No, it's just you're showing us the plans first.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Because yeah. Then I guess I would say sometime in February. What do you think, Andy? February?
The plans aren't a big lift. I think it's more the noticing of neighbors and allowing, I'm not sure if the board has a certain time period that we have to wait to hear back from them or not, where we can, assume that they're not getting a response if they don't say anything. I think that's more what's going to be the pushing factor on the time.
So it's a 20-day notice period. So if you send out notice, that kind of thing. Right?
I would do February just in case people start to go on vacation soon.
Yeah.
Just so we have all of January for them to respond.
So in other words, a February hearing or a February submission?
Or an early February submission.
Okay.
So all of January, the people can come back from vacation and respond if necessary.
Okay. That's fair. Okay. All right, then we'll do that. Great. Okay. All right, good. We can go on to the next thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes.
So let me call it. Item number 16, 80855BZ 3504 Bell Boulevard, Queens.
Andy stays, but we also need James Perry.
He's not in. Yeah. Oh, there he is.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Okay, everybody in? Good. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do. I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Louise Fullader from Eric Atlantic, BC. I'm here with Andy Stewart from Highport and Jim Perry from British BP. And then I'll go through the comments. So the cracked stucco wall can be fixed, repainted. The vacuum station, you said, needs to be moved. We'll look into where it can be moved. Landscape. Yeah, go.
Sorry. I apologize. That's just on the vac station, kind of we discussed along with the trash enclosure. I know that as the board stated, these were locations that were on a previous grant. I know they, looking at it, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's, relieved of having to move them now. But as far as proximity to adjacent residences, the residences on the property to the west aren't right along the property line. There's backyard areas, and so they're about 30 to 35 feet away. There's also a plus or minus like 5-foot high concrete, that concrete stucco wall that's along the property line, and some landscaping there that that screens those items from the residences, again at approximately 30-35 feet from the property line, whereas it wouldn't be anticipated they'd be a nuisance. So we'd look to maybe leave those in their locations, in particular the trash enclosure, because that's a little bit more difficult to move and find a place on the site. The vac station, if it becomes necessary, we can definitely look at moving that a bit easier than a trash enclosure. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, I'm just looking at the drawings now, sorry. Okay, I'm sorry because I wasn't on the drawing as you were saying that. Maybe you're on the drawing.
I have the drawing. I'm also looking at an aerial view of the site.
Do you want me to share the drawing? Would that be helpful?
Sure, always. That's always helpful.
Sorry, then I will do that. Sorry, Andy, continue to explain it, but
Yeah, so sorry, you were saying something about 35 feet away. It's not 35 feet away from the residential property line. It's like 6 feet away.
Not the property line, no, but the actual residential buildings, the home buildings are not directly adjacent to the property line. They have backyards that are like I said, 30-35 feet from the trash enclosure or the vac station unit there.
So do you have a backyard?
Yes, I do have a backyard, but I don't have a gas station near me either. So
You don't, do you? Right. So you're sitting in what do you do in your backyard?
whatever I want to do in my backyard.
Let's say for argument's sake, the only thing you want to do in your backyard is sit on a lounge chair, read the paper, and have a drink of some kind, right?
That's
and
fine.
There you are, feet, inches, well, let's say feet in this case, from a trash enclosure. That's why you can't put it next to the residential property line. Because you should, this is the thing is, you don't live next door to a gas station, but somebody else does. You need to imagine what it would be like to live next to a gas station. So you don't say, oh, it's 35 feet away from someone's window, because you sit in your backyard and do stuff, whatever it is you want to do.
Understood. But
also,
knowing what train stations are like, I chose not to buy one next to a trash station. So
I should also say that, sorry to backtrack, but this is also a masonry one. So it looks like the board at that time required, like I'm saying, these things were thought about because it's a masonry trash enclosure. It's not even a.
This is a mason.
So like I said, I think it'd be easier to look at relocating the vacuum station, the trash enclosure, with the tight, size of the site, traffic on site. It'd be tougher to relocate it. It is a masonry trash enclosure.
Yeah, because it's not just
there is landscaping between the trash enclosure and the concrete wall that's along the property line as well. So there is significant screening from what's there. And like I said, it'd be easier if we want to move the vac station. I think that's something that would be a lot easier and to appease the board to move that if we can keep the trash enclosure where it's at.
Because the masonry one would obviously have to knock down and rebuild another masonry one.
That's understood. And I also believe it was approved by the previous board.
Also, we could notice, kind of like the last one, if that would help.
I think that's a good idea. And Mr. Stewart, I would suggest that you not mention that you intentionally didn't buy a house next to a gas station, because we don't want to go there about this, right? We're trying to make life not miserable for people who either lived there long before there was a gas station or couldn't afford to buy someplace that wasn't adjacent to a gas station. So,
and while he lives in the suburbs, I don't live next to a gas station, but I live next to at least a dozen hospitals, and I'm perfectly happy with where I live. And I hear ambulances go back and forth all day long.
But I'm sorry that you've adapted to ambulances all day long.
I chose to live here. If I have my leg chopped off, I feel very comfortable that someone can come and help me.
Okay. If there's advantages to living next to a hospital and
I'm saying like a gas station, there's advantages and disadvantages.
for me, for example, I don't own a car. There
Yeah.
are no advantages to me.
It's true. I
right?
don't own a car either. I understand.
Right. There you go. But what we're trying to do is be respectful of neighbors. So let's try to imagine what it would be like to live next to a gas station. All right.
But
Okay.
yeah, hopefully the masonry helps. We'll notice to neighbors, and if there's any other suggestions you think we can do, we'll work on
I
it.
think that if you note in the statement of facts, the steps that the applicant's going to take to ensure that this this compactor is not going to be, this trash is not going to be a nuisance to the neighbors, such as how often it's going to be checked for rodents or and how often it cleans out. I think that would satisfy my needs, because it is masonry.
And then, yeah. So vacuum, Andy, did we come to the conclusion that we're going to look? Sorry.
Elise, please don't interrupt when someone else is talking. I
sorry.
never, the rest of
I
Commissioner
didn't mean
Shavetta's.
to. Did not mean to. Continue.
Okay, so I know you, let him finish. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that if they could detail the steps that they're going to take to ensure that this isn't going to be a nuisance to the neighbors, I would be satisfied with that.
Okay, so, all right, so do we have other comments from other commissioners who are concerned about the trash enclosure? Nobody? I don't hear anybody. I'm only seeing heads nodding. So for the record, heads are nodding no. Okay. All right, so we're going to notice the neighbors. So we'll notice the neighbors and provide a kind of effectively an operational plan to ensure that there's no rodents and no nasty odors emanating from. At least this isn't a restaurant. Where it's even bigger of an issue, perhaps. Okay.
So sorry, I felt like it went hand in hand with the vacuum machines. Did we say we're going to look to change the location, Andy?
I think if we're noticing the neighbors, we should notice them about both. And if it becomes an issue, we can definitely look at relocating the vacuum machine if needed.
Okay, so I'm just trying to remember, where did we say on, I need to look at the aerial. So I also was looking at landscaping along the other side lot line, which I believe is adjacent to, yeah, it's the other side lot line is both residential and commercial, which is kind of a difficult thing to navigate. So because you don't want the vacuum necessarily on that side, because then you have even more people who are closer to the vacuum than the other side where, yeah, I'm not sure, like, yeah, it's tricky. So and we have also said sometimes take out the vacuum. So, there's no, vacuum wasn't allowed previously. Why is it there now? If it's always going to be next to residences and always going to be an annoyance, maybe it just goes. I don't know what people think about the vacuum. Other commissioners think. Can we get some other comments from commissioners on the vacuum?
Hi, since it was my comment, my question had to do with whether or not it could possibly be located to that, I guess, is that the southwesternmost corner of the lot along Bell Boulevard, so that it actually would be away from the home, but also not in the way of the driving. If not, if there's no way you could do it and it actually conflicts with the drive lane, is there a way you can like encircle it with landscaping or something that would muffle the sound?
Right. So wait a second. So on Bell Boulevard, so that was the one where if you look at Street View, that building that's facing Bell Boulevard next door, has commercial on the ground floor, but it's a multifamily 3-story building, and a lot of windows face the gas station. So then I was kind of like, where do you put it then? Unless it's up against the convenience store building.
Right. I know, but putting it up against the convenience store building on that side would be problematic, probably for cars passing through if they're fueling at this position that's closest to the building.
Yeah, I don't think we can put it there. I
Yeah.
apologize. There's a restroom around the side of the building that's used for public, so you couldn't put it there without blocking a ADA path to that restroom. So on the walk, you couldn't put it. Anything closer, you'd be once again looking at putting it close to the residence as you described.
I mean, I do recognize it is a tight site, so, you know, if it has to stay there, then whatever you could possibly do to muffle the sound for the people in the private house would be fine.
Stay in the location that it is.
If it has to stay there, because I do recognize there isn't that many options. Literally, to me, that would have been the only option that would be out of the way of the drive aisles.
Yeah.
Okay. Suggest something?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, usually I use the vacuum like all the time. Usually the sound doesn't come from like the cleaning activity itself. It comes from the pump, the vacuum pump. So if they can like shield it somehow, like put a small enclosure about it on 3 sides, right, left, and on the back, I would say that would like mitigate the sound significantly.
Okay. So essentially some kind of an attenuation system around the pump contraption.
Yes. I can explain myself if I share my screen 1 second. We're talking about this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, if they can stick some sort of a wall to that, there is a concrete base. If it's still there, they can like stick some sort of a wall here in the back and on the other side, and just make these walls like sandwich it. Like if they can use sheeting with like some sound attenuating material inside, I'm sure it's gonna like contribute significantly to cutting off the decibels coming from this pump.
That's a good idea. That could be something that's pretty standard. If that actually worked, that could be something that's just required whenever we have a vacuum near residential. Because
like an enclosure.
We've told in cases, take it out because there's nowhere to put it, right? Nowhere reasonable to cap it. But if we tried one like that, this is a different site. This is not the site in question, right?
No.
So, but still, it's the same kind of a pump, right? So maybe look into that, Mr. Stewart. Is that?
Well, yeah, we'll talk about it with the client and see what's best. I think, you know, if we can, just because of the cost of putting in something around it with an attenuation, it might be if we can find a place to relocate it. If they want to keep it on site, that might be obviously an easier and cheaper fix. So, but we'll look into it and see what the client would be amenable to.
Okay, but yeah, all right. So see, it's funny to me that you would think it would be cheaper to move it than to put an enclosure around it, but all right.
Well, just because there's like the tank vents there and other, and it is like, you know, I don't want to disturb anything else necessarily that might be in that location. But we'll look at the best option with the client and see what we can do to.
You might also contact the vacuum manufacturers, who I'm guessing encounter this kind of an issue a lot, and see whether they might have a solution also that has been used on other sites.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I guess the next issue is landscaping. We heard your comment that there has to be more landscaping. We will have photos of the perimeter all the way around, including photos of the no parking signs.
Are there no parking
There
signs?
should be, but we'll confirm it and then we'll take photographs and we'll make sure they're there. No matter what,
Okay.
they'll be there.
And my question about the landscaping was based on the idea of the no parking signs and the apparent width of the drive aisle. Is there any, let's say, logistical reason why you can't have more planting going along that property line that begins on Bell Boulevard?
Should I share the plans again, Andy?
I'm just looking at it now, and I mean, there is a concrete wall once again along that property line. I know landscaping usually is, for beautification and for screening. With the residences on that mixed commercial residential building being in the second and third floors, and the concrete wall being there, I'm not sure what landscaping would in that particular area would add to the site beneficially. The residences wouldn't be able to see it. They'd be at a higher elevation, and there's already, like I said, it's not a chain link fence, it's a concrete wall there for any kind of screening in that fashion.
I guess my question is then to the commissioners. For me, it's just general site beautification because it's pretty barren. There's nothing going on over there. And there was no parking there for a reason, I guess, to eliminate kind of bad traffic or circulation. If commissioners could just look at that, maybe Commissioner Schitt, if you have your screen available, just to look at that.
I just want to add something. This frontage of Bell Boulevard has a commercial overlay, and there are active commercial uses along this frontage.
On Bell.
Yes. So, I mean, the building next to it, next to the subject site, has grocery stores or something on the ground floor, and they have vehicles can park in front. So it's kind of like a strip mall type thing, not a huge one, but somewhat. It's really, I mean, if this was a completely a residential, standalone residential building with its own open space and other things, I think I would have pushed for more greening along that lot line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sort of undecided. I just always go with green, as a general preference. But I do see your point. Others, anybody else have a comment on this subject? Oops, that's not it. Wrong case. Yeah, there we go. Anybody else? I don't see other commissioners. Any other commissioners with comments on this? Otherwise, we'll leave the landscaping alone. All right.
Okay, so back to the other comments? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No parking signs, got that. And then lumen study we will do after we put in more landscaping because that often affects the study. And then last is signage calculations. Andy, do you want to speak on that one?
I think just similar to what we've seen, we're going to have to look at reducing illuminated because, like prior, even though it was permitted by DOB, we have to admit that it's not in compliance with code. So we'll discuss that with the client and see what we can do to resolve that.
Mhm. Oh, and then last is the drums. Andy, would you like to discuss the drums?
Oh, okay. So the drums are something that BP stations do. It's a proactive measure. They want to keep environmentally safe and conscious of what's going on. And basically, they typically have two drums. One is for liquid and one's for solid, and it's like a haz waste. If there's this minor oil spill or the minor something small on site, they'll clean it up and put it in these drums, and then they ship them off site and bring in an empty drum to replace it. It's not something that's always full or always used or anything like that. It's just a precautionary measure they like to have on site to be environmentally conscious of what's going on.
Can those be kept inside of an enclosure? Do they have to be kept outside like that?
We can look at it and see where it might be better to keep it either in back, behind a building, or even if there's possibly space in the trash enclosure itself, to put them away. I think it's just sometimes, while they're not always used, they're only used on a rare basis when something comes up. Just easier access to them, I guess, to have them stored somewhere maybe outside of a building. That's just for ease of access to it. But
Right.
we can look at maybe putting it somewhere it's not so visible by the public, something like that.
Yeah, because I think that's part of it. It looks scary, and we often see comments from some of the representatives of community boards or properties or community associations that say they're storing hazardous waste on site because they see drums, and the drums probably even are labeled as something hazardous, right? So that's scary.
They'd be required to be labeled. And like I said, it's not something that way they'll put something in and then leave it there for a long period. It's usually at the very most 30 days, and if not less than that, they'll if they have something, they'll move it off site because they don't want to keep it on site any more than have someone else seeing it there. So, and they switch it out with a fresh empty drum. So.
Right. Okay. So this goes to the site management question that we were talking about also with the trash. So why don't you include that in the site management plan? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's everything.
Did we discuss the sidewalk repair and also the cracked stucco wall?
We said the wall in the beginning,
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that.
So.
and then, sorry, go.
I can speak to the sidewalk. We actually, since the last meeting, or probably since the photos were taken, the sidewalks have been repaired out there. We permitted those with New York City DOT, and the contractor has repaired those sidewalks.
So we need updated photos, obviously. A lot of what we look at, when the photos are from like last year or months and months ago, we're relying on photos, except when we've done site visits prior to the first hearing where we can say, oh, well, it looks like the sidewalk's fine. So it's always sort of behooves you to have more recent photographs submitted prior to the hearing. So at least we're looking at current conditions as opposed to ancient conditions. Okay. All right.
And the compliance chart, of course, you mentioned.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 80855BZ, 3504 Bell Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. The passcode should you require it is 398848. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute to speak. And if you are calling on the phone, press *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay. So how much time to respond, we also want you to notify neighbors, so it's sort of the same situation as the
So,
prior.
it's the same situation, so sometime in even at the end of February would be fine.
End February for hearing.
Or March. Anytime with a submission in February, we'll take a hearing whenever it falls 3 weeks later is good, probably. Right? Does Jim and Andy think that's good, or should we ask for more time? Just making sure because they're here.
I don't have an issue with that.
Okay,
Submit in February then.
that's fine. Good. Yep.
All right then. All right, I don't see anyone who called in raising their hand. I know two of the names, there's a third name. I don't know. If you want to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, we're going to move on. Okay, thank you. So it's 2:00. So I think we'll take a 30-minute break and come back at 2:30. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Take a break.
Everyone could come back now, please.
Good luck getting home. No, sorry.
Thanks. See you soon.
Bye.
We'll be back on.
We don't have, we have a quorum. Yeah, we could start.
Okay. So we're back on the record. This is the public hearing for November 29th, 2021.
Wait.
I
Sorry.
have to redo that. Yeah. So we're back on the record. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 29th, 2021. The next item is 82755 BZ 24520 139th Avenue, Queens.
Hi, Elise Fullader from Eric Planik PC. I should have Andy and Jim Perry on the phone again. Or on the Zoom.
What the?
Okay, Andy's here. I don't see him.
Jim Perry.
I
No,
see.
last three digits, 328, right?
That's
Yeah.
Andrew, isn't it?
Yeah, there he is. He just needs to star 6.
Yes, correct.
There we go. I'm on.
Hey.
How's
Okay,
everybody
ready?
doing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Platnik PC with Andrew Stewart from High Point and Jim Perry from BP. I think that we should first point out that next door, right? This was the one with next door. It's a commercial property, so there's no, this property shares no boundaries with residential properties at all. So just want to.
Yeah, so this we understand. Okay, I see. You're just clarifying.
I'm
whether
just
it's
clarifying
not-
that because I think it's a good place to start the conversation. We understand the site needs a lot of cleanup, but it's good to start with understanding the site. So it's a commercial property. So secondly is we did hear the comments at the community board level about cars being parked and the sidewalks and various things. So what we tried to do after speaking with the community board after the land use meeting is we went to the operator and we had a conversation with the operator about the situation. And then in the next submission and a submission to the community board, we tried to address that problem. So we understand we have to address it further, but it has been discussed with the operator. Jim is also on the phone from BP and it's not being ignored.
So can I ask you a question? The operator is whom? It's BP. Is just a supplier of the gas, right?
Jim, do you want to explain the structure or can you explain the structure? Like they.
Yeah, this is Jim Perry. Yeah, that's BP is the supplier of the fuel. And then we contract with an operator to operate the station. That's the structure. Yep.
So when you appear before us and we have problems with the operation on the site, you're not the operator of the site. You're just the supplier of the gas.
No, we have also, yeah, we manage, we have a lease with the landowner. So the operator works for us. So if there's something that needs to be done, we can tell him, what has to be done there.
Oh, I see.
It's a contractual obligation, so that's why he's.
Yeah, we have a contract. Yes.
Oh, I see. So the operator is actually your employee?
Not a direct employee. They're a contractor. They're under a separate agreement.
And if they are in, let's say, non-compliance with the law, what happens?
We advise them what the problem is. We'll send them a notice. We'll give him 10 days to comply. And then if he doesn't comply, then we'll have to evict him.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So you're effectively the landlord, you're functioning kind of as a lessor.
Yeah.
To a or in a certain way.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have a triple net contract with the landowner. So we basically operate, manage, oversee the site from start to finish.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Got it.
this
All right.
one, from time to time to make sure that they are in compliance. The whoever is leasing this site from you guys or subbing this site from you guys is complying. He's behaving. He's not selling auto parts on a site like this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what's the question? I'm sorry.
Do you send?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you send people from BP periodically on sites like these to make sure that whoever is leasing / subcontracting these sites are complying with the law and are not, for example, selling auto parts like the one I'm looking at right now?
Yes, we have a maintenance crew that does regular inspections of the location. We also have a regional account executive, we call RAL, that works directly with the operator of the station. So if there's any issues, the RAL will contact him and talk to him about it. So we have multiple levels within BP that kind of oversees the site, making sure we're in compliance and operating correctly and that sort of thing.
So what happens when we have let's say a continuously non-compliant site that's under control?
Yeah, well, the first thing we do is we try to work with them. You know, we tell them what the problem is. We tell them because if we can't get the C of O from you guys, we can't operate the site, right? So I need to advise them, hey, listen, we need to be compliant. If we're not in compliance, we can't operate the site effectively going forward. So he's going to have to comply, and we'll talk with him about it, and he'll have to make accommodations to resolve this issue.
I see. I just want to, I see Commissioner Sheta is showing street view images.
I wanted to show these.
Wait, let me just finish the street view statement. So one thing that Google and many of the street view companies do is they white out or blur out the license plates and faces. So if you see license plates, it's because Google has blurred out the license plate numbers. It doesn't mean that these are absent license plates. It's not the evidence you would use to determine that unless there's something that clearly has no license plate.
Understand.
Right. So
yep.
Right. But go ahead, Commissioner. Sorry, that I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, I am aware of the fact that Google lowers the license plates, but there is like the distinction between a blurred one and a one that doesn't exist is actually very clear. If you look at this one here, versus this one here, definitely this one has.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
let me finish, please.
You're interrupting him. Let him finish his statement. All right.
And again, here I believe there is one, but we can't see it, maybe. But here there is nothing. And in addition to this, look at this. These are just individual doors.
Yes.
This guy is storing auto parts on site to like probably sell them. So this kind of a car without a plate gives me the impression that he's selling cars, but whole cars. But these guys here may tell that he's not only selling whole cars, but even car parts.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that's not good for the place.
Yeah.
Right. May I say something in response? May I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
We have seen in a lot of other cases when there's an auto repair shop and it's a small site, even cars that have been dropped off with or without license plates and doors. So we understand they can't be outside like that, but that is, I can remember numerous gas stations we've been through where that was, they weren't selling cars on site. It was just because there was automotive repair there. So
Right, yeah, but we're talking about here, all of this is going on outside.
Yeah, but he was saying they're selling car. He kept saying.
I didn't say that. I said that gives an impression that they may be selling cars.
Okay, I just want to distinguish that. That's all I wanted.
So
I can't say I'm positive that they do, but it's a strong possibility that they do, because why would you have a car without plate on the premises like that?
We've seen it at automotive repair numerous times.
Why? But I don't actually get that. Why does a car that's automotive
Sometimes they've
repair-
dropped. We've explained in the different situations. I don't want to speak for this operator. I'd have to go back and have a conversation with them, but it's happens.
So
a lot.
short of a sales contract, a car sales company that has contracted with some automotive repair place to repair in advance cars that are for sale for them. That's the only one I can think of. Because
Yeah, like that, but
otherwise-
then it's shipped. It's not sold on site.
How about the car doors?
I'm not saying I know the answer to that. I'm saying we've seen it many times before, so I don't want to make that until we ask the operator. I don't want to make that assumption.
Well,
okay, I hope you ask him about the doors as well.
Yeah, we will. Well, I'll ask that question.
Mhm. Okay. Okay, continue.
Okay. So then bollards were put in after after this application was filed. Andy can explain why if you would like, because you do a better job than me explaining the bollard situation.
Yeah, so BP, typically they'll put bollards in front of a building or a building walk when there's a potential threat of a car coming in and striking the building. So with the curb cut there, the one-way traffic on South Conduit, cars pull in through that westernmost curb cut, and if for some reason they lose control of the car or whatever else, I mean, it's not obviously not expected, but they have bollards in place to prevent any impacts to the building. It's basically why they put them in.
Okay, so the reason that I asked about the bollards, it's not like I object to the bollards. It seems like it's taking the original parking spaces. There used to be 5 spaces on this lot, and the bollards seem to have had the effect of reducing the number of parking spaces.
So I looked at the prior plans. I think they were prepared by Bowler Engineering. On the break, I took a look at them because of that exact comment you made. And the parking, there were 5 spaces shown, but at some of the spaces, there was 2 shown kind of in front of, I guess, on the north side of the building, in front of that curb cut. So while they were shown there, I don't think they would really work with traffic patterns on site with cars pulling in. So they may have been shown, but I don't think they were viable spaces. The others were shown at the rear of the site, a general area for 3 stalls, where we're showing 2 now, and one of them was close to the bay door on the east side of the building. And so to have a parking space by that bay door wouldn't be viable either if you're backing out cars or moving cars in and out of that bay door. So the stalls that we're showing are basically the best viable place out of the way of traffic and out of the way of cars being maneuvered into and out of the service bays. We can take a look and see if we can find any more room for stalls, but again, it's a tight site, and with traffic patterns in and out of the site as they are, I think it would be difficult to find additional parking. But we can, of course, look into that based on the current situation, obviously, with the cars around the site. And
So
when I say
that's
stalls, I'm sorry. When I say stalls, I'm talking about delineated stalls, obviously. I mean, I can't refute the evidence of the street view of what's being shown, so.
Right. So, and when you say stalls, I think what we have here is a significant problem both with sidewalk parking and with using the street system to park, cars that are a mess, right? As complained by the neighbor, by the community, right? So to the extent that you can fit cars on the site, and that's the way it's actually being used, you should be showing them, as opposed to like, as if it's a customer pulling into a site. You should be showing how a professional sort of car parker would squish the cars onto the site and use it.
So we could show, I'm sorry, we can show stalls and call them out as stalls that are controlled by the service bay operation, and not like just for customer use. So so obviously they can move them around as needed to get the cars parked as needed for that service. So.
Right. So I guess I have another question about this. So you say that you're responsible for these sites, but the sites do more than just sell your gas. They're auto repair places. Hopefully they're not any of those other things that Commissioner Cheta alluded to, right? So if it's a successful car repair place and it has a lot of customers and no place for the cars to be parked short of the sidewalk and the community, then if you're responsible for not breaking the law and making sure that your contract tenant essentially doesn't break the law, then the right solution, shouldn't you therefore afford this operator another site where the cars can actually be parked legally?
Well, I mean, if there's another site available, I don't know if there's any other sites available, so that's why he's operating here.
No, but this is you're BP. You're not just some little,
Right.
little business, BP, right? So
Right.
sites are always available if you want them to be available. But when your sites are nuisances to the whole community, shouldn't BP be taking more responsibility for its impact on the community than just saying we could fix it if we could fix it, but we can't fix it because how do we fix it? And you should be proactive. You're a major international corporation, not some, mom and pop store.
Right, I understand. No, there's not very many sites available. Most of our sites, if not all, are contracted right now. So I don't have like a pool of sites I can say, hey, Mr. Operator, do you want to work at this location? It doesn't work that way. So that's the first thing. The second thing is we will work with them on trying to correct this issue. We will contact him. I'll contact him myself, and we'll talk with him. We'll tell him what the issues are here, and he's going to have to correct them. We're going to have to work out some type of a solution for this.
No, but I know it sounds so nice to correct them. The site is only X big. It's not a big site. You see lots of other sites that are really big. You have room. We have one site where there's room for, 50 cars to park on it, but they only need 20, right?
Right.
But
right.
there's only room to park on a really good day. There's room for 5 or 8 cars or something like that, right?
Right.
But I'm hoping that this operator does better business than only 5 or 8 cars a week, or however long a car has to sit waiting for a part or whatever it is. So what they're doing is they're waiting for a part on the street. And so, you saying, telling the guy to correct it, or let's say you're going to work out with the guy to correct it, but not making taking any assertive measures to really correct it, to go locate a site. I'm not saying it's a site you own. I'm saying BP, you're an enormous corporation. Lease another site, own another site, make people offers they can't refuse kind of thing. It sounds irresponsible to me. BP just kind of saying to the poor little operator, fix this thing, when all they're doing is fixing cars.
Yeah.
They're not entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I understand. No, I understand what you're saying. The issue is, it's pretty simple. We have an agreement with him. He has to be in compliance with the local regulations. And if he's not in compliance, he needs to become compliant. So, I mean, if he's not allowed to put more than 3 to 5 cars on a site at any given time, that's how he's going to have to operate. He's going to have to adjust his operations of his business to comply. That's how it's going to work. And if he can't do that, then maybe he shouldn't be operating there. So we'll talk with him about it. We'll get this corrected and we'll get back to you.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this, but this sounds like lip service to me. How could
It's not-
anyone operate a business if only 3 cars can park on the site to be repaired? Anyone, BP itself, with its own fancy engineers and all of that stuff, how can anyone operate a site with only 3 cars parked on site? And now you're putting it on this little business owner to fix the problem?
Yeah,
I just
am.
don't that.
I am.
But it doesn't make sense.
It makes all the sense in the world. It's his business.
It's his business. So you're saying it can't be an automotive repair. It can only be a place that sells your gas
No,
effectively.
he's got the right to for a mechanical shop at the site. He can fix cars, right?
Right.
Isn't that allowed under code? He can fix cars there. So if he can fix cars there, then it's only an issue in terms of the stacking of the cars, the parking of the cars on site. He's going to have to find another place to store them if he wants to continue to have this large of an inventory, or maybe just not a lot of cars come in. Say, I don't have room for you. You'll have to come back tomorrow. You know, there's ways to correct this.
Okay, I'd love to hear what the ways to correct this are. You have experience with this subject, so I hope you're not putting it all on this little guy with this little business. If there are ways to correct this, help him and help us understand what the ways to correct this are, as opposed to completely relying on this one little business. That's just not fair.
Okay.
Okay, continue. Anything else?
Okay, hours of operation, we will make sure they're consistent. Lumen study, it's not in a residential, so I think we agreed that that is not a concern here. The trash storage area, we can indicate it on or the trash storage, we can indicate on the plan. It is a small site, as you pointed out, but it's also all commercial, so it's nothing's up against any residential here.
Right, but it's more like managing the trash. That's
Yep.
hideous thing on the street, and like, where is the trash stored and how is it stored? Etc.
Understood. So we can get back more information about that. And then the compliance chart, we will do a more in-depth compliance chart. And then clear demarcation from site to sidewalk was the last issue I have. So Andy had an idea about how we can demarcate it, and we can discuss. Andy.
Yeah, so I know that the board had said something possibly like a physical delineation. I think I heard someone say about possibly bollards with chains. Obviously, if that would only be between curb cuts, but I think just because of the size of the site, even that might cause issues with traffic around the site and everything. I was wondering, we kind of threw around the idea of possibly putting a visual delineation, maybe putting striping on the site itself so it's visually delineated between the property boundary on the site and the sidewalk itself. It doesn't provide a physical boundary, but it has a visual boundary so you can clearly see what's sidewalk and what's property.
Wow. I mean, it certainly makes it clearer what's sidewalk and what's property, but it certainly doesn't prevent anybody from parking on the sidewalk. So just like you help the owner come up with solutions for everything on the operation, you have to come up with a solution on this, because this has been going on for a really long time. And what's so crazy is even the photos submitted with the application show sidewalk parking. So you would think you would take a picture on a good day, but no. So you can't, I hope you're getting my point. You BP have to, and I know you're not BP, but you as a representative of BP have to take responsibility for the impact on the neighborhood. And on people's safety. I mean, you're parking on the sidewalk is forcing pedestrians to walk potentially in the street, right? which is super dangerous. Vice Chair Shanda has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. As I'm looking at the existing site plan, can you tell me what is the, why isn't this working? Can you tell me what is the distance from the gas pump to the property line?
I can, if you give me a moment to pull out my scale.
Oh,
really? It was somewhat close, but I remember in the past we did get approvals with fire department and dealt with this with fire department on the proximity of the pumps to the property line. And I can find those records as well, or that's correspondence that we had with them at the time.
So while you're looking for it, let me tell you why I'm asking that question. Is, to me, at least, looking at what has been drawn up on the plan and what I'm seeing on the on Google Street View and the photos that's been submitted by the applicant, I think the gas pumps are placed very close to the property line, which is almost pushing any vehicle that is even queuing up to fill up gas is encroaching on the sidewalk. So that is one of the reasons I'm asking that question. Now that is that also visually, like you're talking about visual cue, when you see a vehicle parked like that to fill up gas, you just think your property extends up to that. The next guy also does the same thing. So I think there has to be much clearer space allocation to ensure that that kind of encroachment is minimized or eliminated. The second one, speaking of bollards, I was looking at the plan, and there are, of course, there are many places where the vehicles are encroaching, but some of the places where you can easily put bollards without causing any kind of vehicular, without being in the way of traffic flow, is along 139th Avenue. 139th Avenue, you don't have any curb cuts, nothing.
Right.
And you can probably, if you redraw your plans, you can probably put 2 parking spaces there. I think, I could be wrong, maybe not, maybe it's just 1, but just draw the bollards in such a way so that you at least tee off that corner, so that no vehicle can really go on, can jump onto the sidewalk on 139th or on the portion of the south conduit. You just round off that corner with bollard.
And also 246, I don't know if there's a fence. No,
that's
there's
a wall. That's a solid wall. Yeah. So if you put 2 bollards on 139th and wrap it up and bend it around a little bit along South Conduit, you have, again, a very contained area where you have vehicles that are parked, and there's no way they can, these vehicles would be encroaching onto sidewalk. So those are 2 ways, at least some of the parking spaces can be contained within the property.
Okay.
And I have to pick up on that. The drawing that we have, this is dated 7/12/21, the submission date. And it's the site plan Z01. That drawing shows, a tank. What is it? Keeps moving, sorry. An existing 240-gallon waste oil above ground storage tank that's protruding right out into the area where there used to be a parking space. So my first question is, why is it there when we have so much trouble with parking? The next part of the question is, you have this very wide sidewalk that's right behind that. And why is that there? Because it seems like the entrance to the little store is from the corner of the building. So like, why did you have to, you're filling up the potential parking zone with sidewalk and a storage tank when you're essentially eliminating maybe 2 parking spaces like that.
So as far as the tank being there, that's just that was a previous. I know it wasn't the previous approval, but since then there was the tank work done on site. That's where they had staged the above ground tank. Obviously, I had to go check the history to see why it may have been put there. As far as the walk was put in place just based on the location, I believe, of the waste oil tank. Again, I'd have to go back and check the job history. And to relocate it, I mean, that's something we'd have to discuss with BP to provide extra parking in that area if it could be achieved.
Well, but so that's part of the thing is, on the one hand, you tell the operator, fix the problem. But on the other hand, you BP are exacerbating the problem. So by your own installations in a way that doesn't allow the operator to fix the problem. So that, again, I keep going to fairness, a little guy against the big guy. So, so yeah, that seems, for me, that's the theme on this little site. Okay. Then the other thing is, what did we say, Tony, that I left out?
There was a comment about it using the adjacent site. Did I miss any conversation about that?
We talked about the storage trailers that are next door that are filled with tires.
That's not our site.
We know it's not your site. Is it being used by your operator to
Don't
store
believe
tires?
so.
And you find out because you won't know the
You
answer.
can ask
'cause-
further, but Andy, do you want to say about the tires? Yeah.
So we'll definitely confirm, but just on what we could find looking online today through property records, through Acris online, it's not the station owner as well is not the same as the adjacent property owner. As for the tires, there is on the next lot over to the west, there's a new and used tire center for replacement of tires, separate, not related to the BP station at all. And it may be, I'm not saying it is, because we have to check the records, but it may be that that's used by that other tire replacement center and not BP. If it goes along with obviously the use of the tires and everything like that. So from what we could tell just from our research today between hearings, as far as we can tell, it's not rented or used by the operator or by BP, but we can certainly get 100% confirmation on
that. So I understand it. You wouldn't be able to tell from public records whether it's rented. Rarely is a lease record, right? So, and the owner is, it's obviously a different owner. But the question is, where is the tire place?
So if you're looking to the west of the site, down South Conduit, same side of South Conduit Avenue, it's not the adjacent lot, it's the next lot over on South Conduit. They have a big sign, flats fixed, new and used tires and rims, car accessories, and their lot is filled with tires.
No, okay, so that's more likely.
That's what I was thinking. And again, we can confirm, but that's from what we're looking at. I would think that's probably the more likely case.
Tire heaven. I never think of tire heaven somehow, but all right. All right. Thank you. That clears it up because it's immediately adjacent. That makes much more sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
And I would add, I think from the Google Street View, it also seems like that particular business also has vehicles parked. I don't know if those vehicles that are parked are related to the tire shop or are related to the operator of your facility. And I think that's also another question that you need to clarify with your operator as and understand the nature of the operation and who is parking there.
Right. Because sometimes we do see that sometimes, right? We see one owner plagued by the on sidewalk parking of another business located next door down the street. And it's like impossible to make them stop, kind of thing, short of putting up lots of signs. So that is actually one solution that we've seen done, where if it's not this operator that's using the sidewalks, but somebody else nearby, that they actually put up kind of removable signs that are right next to the sidewalk. No parking on sidewalk, violators will be towed. Or even right there on their property line, they put that sign up, which is a way a little bit of functions as a bollard. In your case, I don't know whether that'll be workable, but maybe on your property line on the corner, you could do that, something like that.
Yeah, this whole frontage of South Conduit is a tire haven. So they're like one tire store after the other. So.
Yeah. Right, okay. All right. All right, anything else?
No, don't think so.
Okay, anything else, commissioners? No? Okay, so let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 82755 BZ, 24520 139th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to call in to discuss, 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. The passcode, should you require it, is 398848. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute to speak. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay, and you know, the other thing about this is, now that you mentioned this with so many automotive shops, the complaint from the community board that there's so many cars parked on the street with flat tires. So, you know, this is an automotive repair place, not a tire repair, I don't think, I don't know. So would those cars with flat tires be related to this site? Maybe they're getting falsely accused. This is another possibility. So you really do need to dig into this much more. And to the extent that maybe Ms. Fuller there, you could reach out to the community board and ask them to, if someone who lives in the immediate neighborhood who's on the board could identify, because obviously they had that complaint, there must be someone on the board who's aware of that. If they could identify currently parked eyesores, we could find out whether those cars are actually related to this site, because that's what often happens. They target one operator, but maybe that's not the operator. Right? So maybe more clarity from the community board about this.
Okay.
And reach out, and actually our project manager should do the same. So that's Daryl, reaching out to the community board. So both of you, so, you know, with the hope that one of you gets the answer. And then perhaps that'll clear it up. Maybe it's not this operator at all, except to the extent that they're over parking onto this, you know, their cars are parking, like leaning out onto the sidewalk as opposed to parking specifically on the sidewalk. Maybe.
At the same time, that is not to say that the operator, the operator is storing various car parts throughout this entire site, and those need to be contained within the building.
Understood.
And
I think Jim understands.
Right.
Okay, great. So we already reached out to the public. So how much time to respond to all of this?
I guess I would say end of February, so and leaving enough time to reach out to the community board and everything. Sometimes they take a month or two to get back to me.
Okay, so Daryl, please reach out to the community board as well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so end February submission. All right, thank you very much for everybody's participation on this. Go on to the next.
Thank you.
One more with,
Item number 18, 54869 BZ 107-10 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC with Andrew Stewart from High Point and Jim Perry from BP.
Okay, raise your right hands because I'm assuming everybody's still in the room. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
I do.
I do.
So I
Proceed.
think the first important thing to say here is I'm sorry if we didn't make this clear or there was any misunderstanding. We don't want to expand the building. We don't want to do the 2016 making the building bigger at all. That was looked at and it just decided that it can't be done or won't be done.
Okay.
So that leads, I guess, us to the next question is, do we need to amend the filing in some way?
So again, this is something to talk about with Carlo. I don't want to belabor this on because then we go back and forth and back and forth. So maybe what we just want to do is articulate what work from the 2016 approval was actually to see whether there's any issue about that. I mean, I don't know if there is. Articulate what work was actually done. You don't have to do it now, but in a submission.
Okay.
And then we'll see whether that means anything. But if there's no future work that needs to be done on the 2016 approval, then that seems like it's much clearer. That would be a more clear resolution on this question. So check with your client, or you have your client, but that you discuss it amongst yourself, whether anything in that approval still will be done independent of that enlargement, okay?
Okay.
The enlargement, no, but maybe some of the other things, I don't know, okay?
Yeah. And I know you don't want to know now, but Andy does know, he filed some for tank work and such.
Yeah, I can provide those details. I was involved during that 2016 amendment and through the DOB permitting, so I'll be able to provide the details with them.
Okay.
Okay. So then, I mean, no matter what, I'm assuming you still feel like, or you still have the comments about improving landscaping. Drawings need dimensions of planting beds, replacing fencing, removing an ice box. Because you said they were on the 2016, but I think that we still have to adjust those now. The storage shed does remain in place, and there was a comment about having landscaping around it. So that is something we can do if that works for the board.
Yeah, but so there was a question, what's in the shed?
We'll have to get back to you about that.
Because the other part of the question is it's right up against residential property. So maybe it should move to where the trash enclosure was going to be moved, or maybe now that if the trash is staying, that's a problem. Is the trash staying where it is? It's supposed to be a masonry enclosure. We all understood that the trash was moving away from the residential property into a masonry enclosure. So that should still be done, right? It's right up against the residential property line.
Well, if I may speak, so the trash where it's located at the rear of the building, and if you're looking at the plans towards the residential side and between the building and the other side of the trash enclosure is actually a retaining wall, which goes up. So it's not so much, it is a masonry enclosure, but it's retaining wall on the back side that goes above where the trash is stored. It's actually at a higher grade. So that's why we're looking at maintaining it in that location. It's not just an open enclosure. It is enclosed except for the gates on the front side. As far as the shed is yeah, I'm sorry.
Wait,
go ahead.
Slow down. So we don't know how do we know about the retaining wall and the difference in grade between the residential property and this?
Okay. We can if it would help on the plans, we can include a section detail to show the height of the rear of the enclosure area and how far it drops down towards the front of it to give you an idea of the height of the walls around there.
Yes, that would help.
Yeah, I did pay attention that there is some sort of a concrete retaining wall over there. But the point is, you don't want somebody who's like sitting on the second floor in the adjacent building, looking down there and seeing this trash enclosure because it doesn't have a roof. So if I'm okay with either of two solutions. Either you relocate it to the other side away from the residential, which is the tough solution. I believe that you don't want to go with that. The other one is on top of the concrete retaining wall or the masonry retaining wall, whatever it is, you can put a piece of fence to obstruct the line of sight that's coming from the window to the innermost wall of that enclosure, meaning the one inside the station, not the one outside at the door. So if you can somehow put a piece of fence, determine its height based on the line of sight that's coming from the window next door and going like right to the gate or beyond that, that would be okay for me. I'm not sure if I did explain myself. Well,
Is that your screen? Whose screen is that?
Oh,
Commissioner?
Mia, do you want me to stop sharing?
Chet screen so
Okay.
he can
Here.
make a little drawing or point.
hold on. I'll try.
I understand what you're saying, Commissioner. And
Okay.
we can definitely do that. There is a fence that's along the towards the rear on the property line, an opaque slotted chain link fence. And on the other side of that, the buildings there directly are garage buildings, whereas the residences with the windows are beyond the garage building. We can confirm that the line of sight will not see that trash enclosure. It looks like the existing setup will provide that. But we can just, demonstrate that, and if for some reason we need to add something to further screen that, we can. But I understand exactly what you're asking for.
Yeah, I believe that the concrete retaining wall is kind of here, if I'm not mistaken, and probably the trash enclosure is up to here, maybe. So if you can connect the line from here, going that point.
No, that's not where it is. The concrete retaining wall is behind the shed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Not
that's
in
what I'm
front of-
saying. It's behind the shed, but it's somewhere in this area, and the other end of the trash enclosure is somewhere right behind the tree. So what I'm saying is, if you connect the line of sight from here or from here down to the bottom of the gate, the lower end of the gate right here, if you connect this, you can determine how tall is that piece of fence, and by installing that fence, you got to make sure that if anybody's standing here and looking, he's not going to see the trash enclosure at all. The line of sight, either it's going to get obstructed or it's going to be diverted to beyond the trash enclosure.
Mm-hmm. And the other solution, though we've learned that it's floor area, but I don't know that it really matters, is to put a lid on top of the trash enclosure.
Probably.
If you're looking at a shed lid, what's the difference between looking at a lid on top of a trash enclosure? So,
Yeah, that's possible too.
So, but a masonry enclosure, not this, right? Oh, I see. So the trash enclosure forward of the shed.
Yeah, so we'll look into that and if address that, and if something needs additional, for screening, that we can look into addressing that.
Okay.
As for the shed itself, I will confirm, but I believe it's just holding like maintenance materials, to maintain landscaping or things like that. It's nothing hazardous or anything in there. But we will confirm what is stored and let you know.
Okay, thanks.
And then I think we were just kind of talking about fencing already. You mentioned fencing that we weren't exactly sure where you were saying that it wasn't shown on the plans.
Hold on one second. Let me-
Sorry.
The fence enclosure was not shown on plans. It's,
Oh, yeah. So if you go to, where's that photo? Hold on one second. There's a photo with the ice box, the turned around, it cleaned the. Oh, no. So that was about fence slatting in need of repair. That was, my question is the slatting? So there's an ice box in the photos that you provided, and the slatting is in need of repair, wherever the slatting is, next to the ice box.
Okay.
No, but actually, no, we're talking about a masonry closure. Never mind about that. So there's examiner, and there's another deep bed line. Which shed was supposed to be?
and the FedEx box too.
Yeah, but that,
Yeah.
we didn't get
I'm
that.
just trying to find the sentence about fencing.
Landscaping.
Did I say it about this one? Here we go. There is a photo that you provided on the side where the FedEx box is. So it's the other side of the building, right? So if we went to that photo.
So I can share that photo.
Yeah, okay, so you know which one I mean? It shows, obviously,
Is
is
it
a
this?
generator. Yeah, that one. So if you zoom in, it shows to the kind of behind, underneath the green roof to the left, that's obviously a generator, or I think. So that's not shown on the drawings. It's not mentioned. That's one. Then two is, you see right where your X is, your
Yeah.
little X marker, there's a fence. What is that?
Andy, do you know if it's ours or the neighbors?
Yeah, so that is actually a gate. There is shown on the plan. It's not called out great, but if you look on the plan, there is a line that connects from the rear corner of the building to the property line, and there's an X within it. It's indicating a chain link fence there. It's probably a gate to the rear of the building for access. Yeah, the box that's shown there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so show it much better on the drawings, because it looks like it's just a line and it's not labeled.
Yeah, I'll call it out with the label, definitely.
But I'm curious, what's that actually for? There isn't a gate on the other side, so it doesn't prevent anything from happening.
Honestly, I think it's just because if you're on the other side with the grade and the retaining wall, there's steps that lead to the shed, but otherwise you have to walk around the shed and everything. So it's probably just easier access on that side. I'd have to confirm, but honestly, it's just something that's been there, and so we have it on the plan that way. So.
All right. Just clarify on the drawings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so you know, I know you mentioned that might be a generator. I think you were referring to that steel box that's sitting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually not a generator. That's it's called a hot box. There's a RPZ, it's a reduced pressure zone. That's a device that's on the water line. So the water meter and that device are within that box. Basically, because they can't have it in the building based on the size of the square footage of the building. It's external, but you can't have it below grade because of potential freezing conditions. So they put it into this box to keep it heated for water flow. But that's what's in there.
Okay, so just indicate that on the drawings and show it, because it's not shown. Does that produce any noise?
No, it just has water that flows through it. If for some reason there's a backup in the water line, the RPZ, this reduced pressure zone device, basically the valve blows and the water drains out to a drain or to ground. It's just so there's no sediment or any kind of contaminant or anything like that might back up into the city water main. They're required by the New York City DEP.
Okay.
So the FedEx box, did you guys say it had to be removed? Did the commissioner?
Remove or add to plan if not impeding hardship, handicap access.
What was the final?
No, it's not that you have to remove it. the issue is, I don't believe it's shown on the drawings. And the other issue was you can't have it if it's impeding handicapped access, but it doesn't look like in this photo
Yeah,
it's
that's
related to the access.
okay. Thank you for clarifying. So then, lighting testing, we heard your comment. And then I guess, funds and FedEx, FedEx we just did. And then signage is the last comment I see. And the compliance chart, of course.
Yes.
All right, what's the hours of operation of the C-store?
I'm gonna clarify those on in the
The submission. Okay.
So it is in a C2. But
So
I
just-
yeah.
At least
So I
if I
guess,
may.
yeah, go, Andy, take it away.
I was just going to say, so I looked at the signage, and yeah, we will break it down by frontage, by tributary area, and just looking at that, each frontage will have less than the allowable 50 square feet. So we'll revise the table and the notes to reflect that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Tributary area, is that a term that's used in other municipalities? We call them arterial when we name them like that. What's a tributary?
I think it's just a term. Maybe we're the only company that uses it. I'm not sure. It's what I've used in the past on a lot of these, and basically just saying this sign is tributary to this roadway is all. It's just saying it's separated. This is another way of saying it, I guess.
Whenever you say it, I think of a river. So
Could be, right.
All right, thanks. I don't think anything else. Anything else from commissioners on this? Okay, let's go to the public.
So the case we are currently discussing is 54869 BZ 107-10 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in and discuss, 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. The passcode, should you require it, is 398848. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute to speak. And if you are calling on the phone, press *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, with the monitoring on site of the lighting, just to clear up with the people, the consultants who do that work, we already said it was okay to do what they were suggesting, right? I think we said that.
Sometimes what we were considering is we didn't know if you would ask for more landscaping, and that can change the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
We don't want to pay them to keep going back out. It's very expensive.
Okay. All right. How much?
Fucking piece of fucking shit.
Oh my God. Ted, mute.
Apologies to America.
We'll be fined by the federal government.
FCC violation, maybe not.
Yeah.
Luckily, this wasn't radio or television.
Fortunate for all of you, I think only me and my architects are on the phone today.
We're in public, though.
Well, no, we don't know who's on YouTube.
I don't know. You're right. Who's on YouTube? You're right. No idea.
Never a dull moment.
Yikes. Okay. It wasn't you, Tom. Okay. Now Dave Letterman feels, or one of those. Anyway. Okay. So how much time do you need? And I caution you, you have a lot of cases at that time period. So I don't know if you want to.
I like having them all. This is just a personal preference, so we can get Jim not to sit on phone calls every day, all day, to be all around the same time. So maybe I'll say late February again, just so he can go on a bunch of, do a one-day thing and be able to do his job on other days.
Okay. So then how much time do you need?
I'll do late February too. I'm saying I like that all these cases, it's a lot, but that they're together, because then we can provide you with the people who need to be here all day long.
So would you want to make a notation, Madam Chair, that these all run together or something?
But they don't have to. I'm just saying it's nice to have them with, because it's
so that all depends. I think those calendars fairly available now, so then it is possible for them to travel together. It's hard when we only have spots available.
Yeah,
right? And
whatever
then-
you can do. It's just makes it easier for the client, I think.
Right. Right, it's always, yeah, we forget that it's one client because it's so many different sites. Okay. All right then, did we leave anything out? What did we say about? Okay. Okay, so you're going to beef up the landscaping to fill in the spots, especially behind the shed,
Mhm.
right?
And right now we're just doing plans, correct? Because it's winter.
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, there'll be a lot of dead trees. Well, you
Yeah.
probably can't plant trees anyway because it's winter. Okay. All right. So I'm putting you on for end February submission, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
February. Yeah.
Next item is, I'm sorry, may I go on, Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Item number 19, 43574 BZ, 552 Midland Avenue, Staten Island.
I'm supposed to have a Mr. Ronald Victorio. I see him on. He's got
Been
on.
waiting patiently for a
He's
long
a very
time.
patient architect.
Okay.
Okay. He has to unmute so we can swear in, but once he does that, I think.
Mr. Victorio, yeah, there we go.
Yes, I
And
am.
if there you are. If it's possible, can you turn on your screen? Maybe, I don't know if you came in as a panelist, but
Sure. Share screen, mute, start video.
It's in the next to the mute. It should be stop video or start video.
Yep.
lower
in the
left
bottom.
hand,
Yeah.
left-hand corner of your screen. You have to slide your pointer over to it
Okay.
and it'll offer you mute and video. Stop video, start video.
Audio, test speakers, switch to phone, speakers, host has asked you to start my video.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Madam
Hello.
Chair, co-chair.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Elise
Ronald
Fullader
Victorio.
from Eric Palatnik, PC. Oh, sorry, Mr. Victorio, the architect is here. We're going to go, we apologize that the operator could not be here today, but we went over the comments with her earlier. She is not super tech savvy, but if we don't answer your questions, we'll figure out how to get her next time. So firstly, in terms of common ownership, she does own the lot behind her, but it has nothing to do with this property. She doesn't use it with this property at all. It's totally vacant. And it's a residential, and she knows it's residential.
What do you mean? It has parking in it. It's not totally vacant.
She says she doesn't use it with, so maybe she uses it for, but she says she doesn't use it with this lot at all.
Okay, so can we get an affirmative statement, a written statement from the
Sure.
owner?
Yep.
An affirmation?
Yep.
Stating that site is not used in any way in connection with this site.
Okay, that's easy enough. Thank you. We can definitely provide updated photos, including updated photos of, where was it? You said conditions of the walls that do not face the property. I could share my screen if you like. We could show you where trash is stored. There's a Gata, is that how you pronounce it? Gata?
Yes, Gator Carding.
Gata Carding, yeah.
Oh, what? It sounds Italian.
What
is it?
And it, oh, here's, oh, share screen, sorry. Share screen, photos, share. So, saw it in, right here. You see, it's a little dark, apologies, but do you see, it's right here.
Can you zoom in?
Yeah,
Oh, you
that's
mean a
Gata.
dumpster? It's a dumpster.
Yeah, it's a small site.
I see what it is. It is Italian or something.
Yeah.
But it's the dumpster company,
Yeah.
right? No, it's a dumpster that we're
Yeah, it's just
talking
a
about.
dumpster. There's no actual area for it.
So that's the question for the architect, and I know it's a little site, so, you know, whatever. But normally we require that the trash enclosure, that the dumpster be retained inside of an enclosure, and absent an enclosure to be pulled inside the building after pickup. So I know that pickup often happens in the middle of the night on commercial carting, but it doesn't, if pickup isn't every day, then it doesn't need to be kept outside overnight. So that question, is it possible to move the dumpster inside overnight and only left out on pickup days, whatever they are? So this is like an operational plan question.
Yeah, and since I have to get a letter from the owner anyway, we will ask her to do that.
Would the commission prefer the dumpster to be placed within the building, or the possibility of a small enclosure to aesthetically hide the dumpster?
So the enclosure is it's a more probably workable solution for the operator of the site if they don't have to constantly move the dumpster in and out. However, it may not be a more workable solution if it's in the way of their operation. So you kind of have to work that out. But we actually have on another case, I think it's today, where we are, or maybe it's tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow, where we saw a very small, like a very shallow dumpster enclosure. Correct. That only the width only is the depth of the dumpster. So it's pretty, let's say, minimal. So to the extent you could do an enclosure around this that's minimal, that would be so much better.
I think that would be much more practical, because you're absolutely correct. Garbage pickup is in the evening. The owner would have to give them access or a keyed door to storage inside for them to take the dumpster in and out. So architecturally would be my preference to try and accommodate it outside in a masonry enclosure with a door.
But we'll speak to her and see what she can, her operations, and if that will work for her.
So that's the thing, is sometimes the dumpster is like in the way. So then they move, so I don't know. And I'm not suggesting that you give the key to the carters. It's more like they only come and pick up maybe on Wednesday. So all the rest of the week, it could be kept inside at night.
I am.
A lot of these businesses don't have more than once a week pickup because they're not food production. It's really, let's say, more minimal trash production. I don't know.
We'll present those options to the property owner.
Okay.
I'm just quickly looking at the cover letter because I wrote, sorry.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, it said about trash.
Yeah, I just don't remember.
Trash. Yeah, it's picked up on Tuesday night. You're right.
Yeah, you just once a week. That, I think that's where I got that. Sometimes you only need a once a week pickup because you're not producing that much trash.
Yeah.
So those are your options and to discuss. Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going to look at, so as part of the, I don't know if you saw it, but in the zoning, and there's a zoning analysis and sign analysis, and we combine them. They used to be saved together, can start saving them apart, but it showed that there was less than 150 square feet, 136, I believe.
During A003.
Yeah, but it's also in a sign analysis chart,
Mhm.
is all I'm trying to say. But it's 136.7 non-illuminated signage.
Right. Yeah. And this is interior wall. No, it's a corner. Okay.
Yeah. And then there are pole banners that are put out in the morning and removed at night. So is there any way to keep that or not? I guess is the discussion.
I don't know what DOB's view of effectively temporary signs are. That's kind of for me, that's a DOB call. I don't know if commissioners, because the other pole banners that were in the essentially the conditions of the prior board approval were in the ground. and they talked about how they were removed and they filled the concrete in and all that stuff. So these are sitting on the like little rollers or something like that.
Yeah, the owner told me earlier that she takes them out every morning and puts them back inside every night. They're not there overnight.
So I personally don't have a problem with them, but I don't know what the rule is, what DOB thinks about these kinds of things, like sandwich boards, for example.
Yeah.
That you see sometimes. You see them on the street and then they go back inside at night. I don't know what the rules are. Whatever it is, it has to comply with the rules.
Yeah. Understood. We will try to figure that one out.
Any other commission comment about that? I just, no?
I don't know enough about the law, but it seems to me that if it's not permanently affixed to the land, then it's probably not something that really comes under our purview.
Fair, yes. That sounds reasonable. And so anyway, you just have to comply with the law. And let's leave it at that. And if you get in violation from DOB for having whatever those kinds of signs are called, you know, I've heard about people getting violations for sandwich boards, but then they don't get violations for sandwich boards. So it's, I have no idea. I'm not sure DOB really has anything.
So then in terms of noise or anything, we can notice neighbors for the next hearing. That might solve the problem. We haven't gotten complaints. In fact, the community board waived it because and we got a letter from another community organization because people really love this site and they have a close community relationship. And then ADA accessibility, this building has not changed in decades. So if Mr. Victoria wants to share any information about that.
Yes, I reviewed the prior BSA approval. The perimeter of this building, the exterior fenestration, the egress and ingress location has not changed since that BSA approval. There was not ADA compliance accessibility into the building at that time. So under this application, we are asking the board if this can be approved without ADA compliance, in that we're really not doing an enlargement, a substantial improvement to the building. We're not
changing anything.
Right. But also, can't you get into this building through the garage?
That's not considered ADA compliant, because it's an
Really?
overhead door that requires a manual operation or an electronic operation that a handicapped person would not have access to. The door operator would be on the interior of the building.
That's fun. But in terms of who goes in there, who goes in this building? Either workers, right? The people who are fixing the cars.
Correct.
Does
Or the
a
person that's dropping off a vehicle and is checking in and turns over the keys and does a registration and an exchange for payment. If you look at the floor plan, opposite that door on the elevation that you see with the garage doors, you'll see that there's a small office area. If you look at drawing A002, if you can switch that. Okay, if you can move the cursor, you'll see that entry door into the office area from the exterior.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. But I mean, if you talk about, you know, we don't need to get into this, but it's like, if you just talk about a reasonable accommodation, as opposed to having to put in a ramp or whatever, a lift, a reasonable accommodation could be that if the reason the person has to come inside is to make a payment, then someone goes out to them with one of those like card swiper things and they make the payment, or enter through the garage because there is a person there who opens the door for them. You know, if we take an extreme, like there are many, for instance, restaurants where they have to make a reasonable accommodation. So it means that we have this with the gyms where they ring a bell and someone comes out and helps them up the couple of steps, helps the wheelchair up a couple of steps, and then they're in, and that's considered a reasonable accommodation when you've got an existing location.
Yeah.
You know,
Madam Chair, I agree with that. I am not against at all, either personally or professionally, and understand the ADA requirements, but the overhead door, I don't think is a viable solution. Very often you'll find out for insurance purposes that the general public is not allowed in the service area itself. So I would say that the homeowner, the property owner would probably not want the general public to come through the overhead doors.
But
If we can just, if Elise can contact the current owner and discuss the possibility of a drop box or some sort of payment from the exterior, we can
But
investigate.
I think she's saying that there could be a bell, or you could call and someone could come outside and do the payment, something where you just, because they come up to drop off their car and then they leave. They just have to pay.
right. So that's the thing is, I'm not suggesting that you have to go back and change something that's been in existence for all these years, right? But it seems like in a situation like this, a reasonable accommodation would be that. If we're seeing other options of ringing a doorbell and someone comes out and things like that, it seems like if the only thing you do is pay, you ring a doorbell and someone comes out and you pay, or you make a phone call and somebody comes out. But anyway, we don't need to belabor this because it's an existing site. And it's really only if if a disabled person filed a suit, frankly.
So again, Madam Chair, this is a very small community business, people with repeat business. I'm sure if there was the inability of a patron to pay, I'm sure the property owners would be able to accommodate that. Like you said, exit the door, go out, receive payment, process payment. I don't know how we would represent that to you architecturally or graphically.
I don't think she's asking for it architecturally, so I don't think you have to worry about it. Well, we're providing an operation plan. We'll provide it.
Yes, that's what I think you should do. Provide the operational plan so it's in the record. So in case this comes up, you can show you're dealing with this operational plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm totally understood. And then last is about cars being washed on the sidewalk, I think was brought up, right?
Yeah, there was a question about parking in the sidewalk and then the drainage issue. Does it create a drainage issue?
And I think was there another submission on this recently from one of the members of the community just this morning, something like that?
No, that's for tomorrow's case. You mean for Mr. Ewell?
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was for this. All
That's
right.
for Northern Boulevard tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I guess, again, that would be in the operational plan.
Okay.
And like I said, I think you can see through the recommendation of that extra community group and the community board that this is a site that people really like.
Right. Okay. They like it, but sidewalk parking's not allowed. So
totally get it, but I'm just saying that it hasn't caused problems that we see in other cases where everybody's writing, how dare you, you're all over the sidewalks.
Okay. So what I do want to say is we did talk about the lumens and saying, or not the lumens, the noise. But I believe after we talked about it in the review session, we said there was no need to notify the neighbors because you're adjacent to commercial. Is that right, Commissioner Cheta?
We should better who asked that.
You're muted.
Sorry,
You're muted.
Yep, I got it. Yeah, I believe what we said is notify the neighbors, and if we don't get any feedback regarding complaints, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, so we will notify the neighbors. It's not a problem. And that might clear up a lot of different issues, because if no one comes back with any issues.
Yes, okay. All right then. All right, so I think those are all the issues. Anybody, any last minute questions, comments? So then let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 435-74BZ, 552 Midland Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to call in, sorry, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 930-9004-1338. And the webinar passcode, should you require it, is 398848. I'm sorry, it's not showing up on the screen. And if you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. If you are, and press *9 to unmute. And if you're calling in, you can press *6 to unmute.
Okay. So giving a little time, there is only actually one of our applicant representatives. This is the last case. So I don't know if that applicant representative is thinking their case is on today, but it's not, or it already was. So anyway. Okay, so how much, oh, she raised her hand. Okay, so maybe, yeah, go ahead. Do you want to speak on this? I'm allowing you to talk.
Yes, hi. I actually wanted to just know, we were on the decision calendar for 42-97-BZ, and I sent over the photos of the shrubs earlier. I just want to know if.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. I thought we talked about that already. We'll talk about that later. Okay, you'll Tony will call you and discuss that. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Well, she sent a response. That's why I sent you an email.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, Tony sent a response. So if we are able to clear it up, we'll handle it tomorrow. Okay.
All righty. Have a great day.
We can't do it so quickly. Okay. Thanks.
I get it.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Yes, it's a completely different case. Apologies. So how much time do you need?
If we need to notice, we need at least a month because we need to notice.
So do you want to, so this is a different client. So do you want to do this at a different time or?
I guess a submission, I mean, it's November 29th. I'm good as long as we have the at least a week plus 20 days to notice. A week to get our act together and then 20 days to notice.
We don't have room on the January hearing.
Oh, February.
Anyway. So February. Okay. So,
whatever. I'm just saying we need at least the amount of time to notice. We'll take whatever you can give us.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public hearing. So do you want to go to Mr. Bucinelli's case?
Oh, yeah. So we're going to go back.
28279BZ. He submitted 840 Richmond Avenue, decision item. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Victorio.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Okay, so I don't know if others were able to take a look, but I was able to look at the third version or something like that of the revised drawings. Did you get the one, all 3 pages?
All 3, they're dated 11/29/2021.
Okay.
He
hold
did
on
a clean and a bubble.
So that's 28279, is that right?
I sent you an email a little while ago. So
Okay, hold on.
Z001, A100, and A101.
Z1, A01, A101, and A100, right? Okay. Sorry. Z001, A100, okay, A101. And the dimensions are legible, good. And it
corrected
says
page 2.
Parking 2020, right? And I believe somewhere on this drawing, on the Z01 drawing, there are the parking calculations.
Yes.
Yes, that conclude 7 spaces on site at the restaurant site and 20 required at this site, and the other 20 are voluntary. Okay. And then the date, just for council, so because the date's there's been so many drawings for council purposes, it's the drawings dated 11/29/21. that were, yeah, okay. So I'm okay with this. So let me just see if there were any conditions. Hold on a second. No conditions, right? Okay. So then I'm okay. And I make a motion to grant, no conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Hi.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Madam Chair, on 4297 BZ, I'm sorry, I know I want to belabor this, but 9320 Astoria. So when we
Yes.
emailed her, the response was that the bushes were planted to maintain a dense buffer as per the original grant. The landscaper planted as many shrubs as the plant bed could maintain. That still doesn't answer your question.
No, but so if we were to look at the photos that were just sent to us, I don't know if other commissioners could see. So there is a site plan that was sent to us. Hold, see if I can find the site plan now. Hold on a second. So wait a minute, this is again.
4297 BZ.
Okay, I need to open the drawing. Hold on a
Let me
second.
make sure I got, so make sure I sent it to all the commissioners.
4297. I'm looking at the drawings. The last submission was 9/15. And on the 9/15 drawing, that's what I described earlier this morning. The drawings show 3 existing shrubs on one side. This is along Astoria Boulevard. On the left side, 3 existing shrubs plus 2 new ones. And on the right side, it shows 1 existing shrub plus 2 new ones. We got photographs during our lunch break, and the lunch break doesn't show the same quantity and shows shows a big naked spot. So hold on a second, let me try that again. That was, what do we say, 40? So why does the plan show more? Here's the response.
There's 2 bushes, but there's not a bush in that naked spot.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't get it. They're saying as much as it could fit. Yeah.
Chair, did you see this?
No, not this. The photographs that were submitted to us this afternoon.
I sent it to
Okay.
you, Marjorie. I don't know if I sent it to them. Oh,
And of course, send it to the other commissioners.
I'm trying to, and I can't for some reason.
Okay.
No, I think I saw it.
You did?
It's the yellow, yeah, the yellow plants.
It's 4297, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble.
Here, I'm doing it again. Sorry.
It's not showing up when I do a search.
No, I don't think it was uploaded to submit yet.
Oh, that's the
I
other
just sent it
problem.
again. I just sent it again to everyone. The bushes.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. So that doesn't have, you sent one without an attachment, Tony.
Just grosses.
Oh, wait, sorry, the attachment, you did. No, sorry. So if you look at, so commissioners, what was just sent at 3:59 PM, just now, the top photo shows this barren spot, and there's only, I can't really tell what that is, 3 bushes or something. And there were supposed to have been 5 based on the drawings. And on the other side, there's a car parked in front, so I actually can't tell. It looks like there's 2 bushes from that photograph. It's kind of a weird decision to put a give us a photo with a car parked in front of it that hides it. But it shows 2 bushes, and I believe there were, and I hate to, there were supposed to be 3. So what I want to say is, I don't want to belabor this, but they don't comply with the drawings. So, and they're the ones who offered. I didn't say put 5 bushes. They said they're going to put 5 bushes. So what we could do is say, we can grant this on condition that all of the bushes at the front are installed, by whatever the planting season, by April of 22, and have Ted go out and confirm compliance. Because it's too late to do it now.
I believe the issue is that they putting 5 pieces in the drawings, just as a simple as an indication. I'm not sure if they meant to say that they have 5 pieces, because they just pointed to it and said existing landscaping, and that's it.
Well, if it's not doable, then they shouldn't, drawings are supposed to tell you stuff, right? But actually, even if they were just showing little shapes to indicate shrubs, look at the photograph, there's this big bald spot. So you obviously didn't fill up the planted area, and it looks terrible. So they need to fill up the planted area. So what I recommend is that we grant this, but on condition that by April, maybe not enough time, by May of 22, they install all of the shrubs to completely fill in the planting beds as per plans, and specifically the planting beds that are on Astoria Boulevard. And then Ted, please put this on your inspection list for the end of May of 22. And just to verify. Okay, I'm sorry, I used the word inspection. I don't mean inspection, site visit list. I appreciate how careful you are with language. Okay. All right, so let's do that. Everybody okay with that?
Thank you,
Yes?
Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Okay, so.
Motion to grant.
A motion to grant on condition. The condition is, again, BSA takes no position on the legality of the signage. The only requested waiver is for parking. And also conditioned on street tree replacement street tree replacement. Trash must be kept in the enclosure until the time of pickup and return to the enclosure immediately after pickup, and that all of the shrubs planting that are shown on the landscape drawing, in particular the Astoria Boulevard section, must be installed by the end of May 22. And maybe I don't know if this is appropriate for a resolution, but that there will be a compliance visit by our compliance officer to ensure that that work has been done. Okay, and also compliance with the other conditions. Okay, so based on that, motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter? Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. Case is granted. Okay, this concludes the public hearing for November 29, 2021.
Okay.
That's it, right? That's all we had to do? That's it.
That's it. Thank you so much, everyone.